commenting on me getting shot. And before, they was all like, we didn't see nothing. In the first issue, read it, 5 viewers. Nobody seen shit. The fourth issue, when they came back with a reply, everybody knew what I did. They knew what I said. I was acting. Who gets shot 5 times in acts? Oh, I didn't get shot 5 times in their vision. I only got shot once because they found the bullet. The police found it, but now they the cops. Now they doing detective work. They found the bullet. Oh, you found the bullet, huh? So what is this other shit in me then? What was the doctors talking about? What? Can you explain these other holes in me? How'd I get gunpowder all over me? That insulted my intelligence. So yes, I did say Thug Life was dead. Yes, I bowed out, all of that. But when they said that, they breathed new life in it. And Thug Life not only became a rap, but it became a way of life for life for me. Because they disrespected me, my name, my family, what I had been through. They said that I couldn't be in pain. I could not feel, I could not be hurt. In my moment of pain, when I was shot 5 times in jail for a crime I didn't commit, while every other black person, I mean, whoever they was fucking babies in the ass or killing bitches and cutting them in 50 pieces, these niggas got support. I go to jail for a crime. Everybody know I did not commit. Get shot 5 times, and I'm getting raped in jail, wompty. They just say anything to assassinate my character. What that showed me, remember this lack of a conscience when I come out. Remember this lack of mercy when I come out. Remember this lack of compassion when I come out. But now I come out, everybody want to calm down and relax and forget what you said. Donnie Simpson was on TV in front of bars like this going, who am I? Tupac. But I'm wrong. You feel me? Niggas is hypocrites. You read where I gave my whole soul to you motherfuckers and said, yo, I'm through. I just want to chill. I just want to live life. And motherfuckers took shots from every direction. They thought that meant that I'm gay now. Here, fuck me in the ass now. So, okay, you want to see some macho shit? I'm the most macho nigga out here. I thought you niggas knew. I'm the most thuggish nigga out here. I have no motherfucking fear. I have no fear. I have only ambition, and I want mine. And I will do anything to protect and feed my family. And these niggas represent a threat. Because I work too hard on this. And as far as hip-hop and all of that, I feel as though I'm not the god of hip-hop, but what we do on the West Coast, I sold 5 million in 2 months. Biggie album been out 2 years. He's barely touching 2 million. This nigga done had 50 remixes, 1,000. He got everybody in New York in his videos and still barely touching 2 million. I've been out 2 months. My shit sold 5 million with 2 videos out. I'm just starting. These niggas can't touch us. They can't. They can't. Really, it's funny.
I think the new era of rap is like non-thug life or whatever. Like, where do you see it?
That's what they want to do.
Okay.
That's what they want to do because now everybody is shell-shocked and they have trauma. We've been having traumatic nights always. I want to get away from it a lot. I tried to get away from it, but you can't. That's what they taught me.
Right.
The streets didn't teach me that thug life can never die. The world taught me that. I thought I could retire and move on. When I moved on to some so-called real world, the civilized world, these motherfuckers is worse than the niggas in the streets. They was telling, I had little girls writing to me crying, saying you got raped in jail, I'm so sorry. That shit right there is what will fuel the anger that will never die. I had to write letters to 1,000 little kids explaining to them that I would be dead before a motherfucker would rape me, and you know that. So, as far as everybody, there is no mercy in my heart. You know what I mean? I'm not out here on the wild shit like I was before. This is not the same Tupac, believe me. I'm just very pissed off. And don't think because you see me at an award show smiling or giving away an award, or because I don't fight at this time, that don't mean I ain't mad. I'm pissed off. And this ain't, don't tell me ain't nothing wrong and we should all be together and woo-woo-woo because y'all niggas ain't getting no more money. You ain't getting no money because I made it that way.
You have groups coming out and producing?
Yeah, the Outlaws.
Oh, really?
I murdered Thug Life and gave birth to the Outlaws. I murdered Thug Life. Them niggas ain't act right. I murdered all of them as far as the music business. And I gave birth to the Outlaws. And they all blood relatives. Now I got a military, not mob like Italians, but mob like we've been mob orientated all our lives. Fuck that shit they be telling me about because everybody's saying because we choose to be organized now that we are emulating Italians and we should emulate Italians because they don't like us. Motherfuckers got it twisted. You know what I mean?
Right.
We got organization because we peak game. And it's not the mob really that we seeing, it's really the government. They the biggest mob. Russian guy, Stalin, I got that. Christopher Darden, You'll Never Work Again in Hollywood, whatever that is, they talk about people that slept together. I'm reading that. A lot of different things, but mostly shit on what built generals and what made countries and what I want to read what Clinton did. Because he does the same shit I do, but don't, get in trouble. All his homeboys commit suicide. He get caught with his pants down in the bathroom, and this nigga is still the president. I got women on, marching outside my shows. This nigga's the fucking president. I'm 24. What's his excuse?
Aside from,
Sadiq?
aside from the fame, the money, what do you think you can offer someone in a relationship?
A woman, you mean? I believe that, I always discuss this, I feel like I'm one of the old-fashioned type of guys, where as soon as I find me a woman that doesn't mind the fact that I want to be in charge, and that I believe that, just like with the yin and yang, there's a masculine and feminine, I believe in that in a relationship. I believe that most of our problems is and as period, and as people in general.
What you mean? It had deleted your ass.
Men have forgotten their roles as men. Therefore, the women have forgotten their roles. And that's where we get all this duplicity in love making and duplicity in sexuality. Is because we've forgotten our roles and we're willing to settle for less. Not that they're not legitimate people who really do like this style, but a lot of it right now is just this niggas ain't shit. So I want simplicity. You know what I mean? And the niggas is being like, these black bitches ain't shit, or these white bitches ain't shit, won't. For me, I can't do that. I can't turn my love off for a woman, no matter if they send me to jail, they talk shit, they really do piss me off. But I still can't love a man. I still love women. I still get excited when it comes to the room and all that. So I feel as though what I can offer is my viewpoint, who I am, my style, my lifestyle. And that I believe in my heart that I'm a man's man. I'm a man that I've made myself. I'm a millionaire by my own hands, you know what I mean? I fight for myself. I've been fighting for myself. I'm a struggler, a striver. I take care of my family. I take everything that you want, I do. You know what I mean? It's just that I'm not politically correct, but I'm still a man's man. And I believe in family values.
What type of woman would it take?
A very, very, very strong woman and one who is more in love with me because I have to be more in love with her than she is. And that's what it is. Every time I fall in love with a woman, I don't fall in love with the woman she is. I fall in love with the woman that she could be. I haven't found a woman yet that fits up to my standards. And I'm sure I don't fit up to anybody's standards. But I haven't found one yet. But I found ones that I think that have the potential to be a Ross woman. You know what I mean? I feel like it's natural for a man, especially being black, to feel like he's a king and he's looking for his queen. And that's where I'm at right now. You can't be a king until you've made yourself, until you've done something. And I've accomplished my goals. My goals are set out to make me a man. Now I feel like I'm a man now. I set out goals to make me a king. Now I'm not a king of anybody else but me. Nobody else is under my rule but me and my kids. You know what I mean? But I made myself into a king. Now I need a queen to be happy so that I can be a teacher and a father. I can't be that until I find a queen. So
What the hell? I wonder why I did that. Shit, man, not much.
hey man, bring my little homie home. He is not old enough to hang out with you. But I was home. No, I went to the gas station to wait for y'all. Y'all kept going. So then I went behind you. You kept going behind you. When I came behind you, you already went to your house. I came up to my house. What you saying? Huh? At your house. Oh, what you did? You ain't seen it. You ain't seen it. Excuse me. Send my little homie home. Put him in the cab or something. Do that at 2 o'clock.
Man, I just been chilling, man.
What?
Chilling this morning.
Out here too. I think 106. So, can you share the nigga out?
Just chilling for right now. know you smoking the good stuff.
Alright. Alright. Now I know how to drive. Don't give him no car. Just put him in the cab. Put him in the cab, man. This nigga crazy about getting loud. Yeah. Come on, man. Wow. That nigga crazy. Coughing all over the shit. Trying to take
Hey yo, HB. When do your album come out?
When did your album come out?
June 37th.
I don't know, same day type you know what I'm saying?
June 37th, be ready.
Hey GQ, it's Mariah the Scientist, and
Spider.
we're gonna take the GQ couples quiz. What's the first thing I do?
Yo, what's good with y'all? Welcome back to the channel. And today we gonna lock in on Gunna and Young Thug, man. Once a dynamic duo, now they not even on speaking terms. But in this video, we're gonna talk about how Gunna was able to succeed and thrive despite all the allegations, hate, and lack of industry support, while Young Thug, despite having all the hype getting out of jail, has been failing. But in order to do that, we gotta go back to 2022. Young Thug, Gunna, and 26 others swept up in Georgia's RICO case, accused of running a criminal enterprise under the YSL name. Suddenly, lyrics became evidence and affiliations became charges. Thug refused to take any deals, but Gunna decided that after 8 months of being locked up and having bail denied on several occasions, that he would negotiate a plea agreement that would allow him to come home early while Thug remained behind bars. At first, people were celebrating. Meek Mill tweeted in support of Gunna, welcoming him home, and blogs were calling it a win. But it wasn't long before court footage dropped exposing what actually led to his release.
YSL is a music label and a gang, and you have personal knowledge that members or associates of YSL have committed crimes in furtherance of the gang.
Yes, ma'am.
Look, give me some McDonald's. When you come back, I might remember something. Can you do that?
Oh yeah. Big Mac, fries, Coke.
Yeah.
Done.
Gunna did the unthinkable. The narrative flipped instantly. People started labeling Gunna as a rat and began getting trolled for saying yes ma'am on the stand.
Gunna want it, man. You can't be in the city doing all that ratting and shit. Rat ass.
What?
Meek eventually deleted his tweet and things started going downhill quickly for Gunna. But here's the thing. Gunna never testified against Thug, never took the stand in his case, and never mentioned Thug's name in court. And yet his name got run through the mud like he was the main reason Thug was in jail. Gunna released a public statement to his Instagram after receiving so much backlash. While I have agreed to always be truthful, I want to make it perfectly clear that I have not made any statements, have not been interviewed, have not cooperated, have not agreed to testify to be a witness for or against any party in the case, and have absolutely no intention of being involved in the trial process in any way. I've chosen to end my own RICO case with an Alford plea and end my personal ordeal by publicly acknowledging my association with YSL. An Alford plea in my case is the entry of a guilty plea to the one charge against me, which is in my best interest, while at the same time maintaining my innocence toward the same charge. An Alford plea means he didn't admit guilt, but agreed there was enough evidence to convict him. This caused a bigger conversation to take place in the industry on what can and can't be considered snitching, which has always felt like a moving target. Jewel Wicker would release an article that got the attention of Gunna's attorney Steve Sado, titled Gunna's 2022 release from jail has raised speculation from hip-hop fans regarding snitching. Sado would defend these snitching allegations in response to this article by saying, what was said at his Alford plea hearing was solely to resolve his own case. It cannot be used by the prosecution against Young Thug or any other defendant. But even with his attorney adding clarification and coming to his defense, it still was unclear whether Gunna's Alford plea could be considered snitching or not, and that courtroom footage felt impossible to overcome. It wasn't long before Gunna started losing all his industry support. Lil Baby unfollowed him, Lil Durk publicly distanced himself from him.
Believe that Gunna told that man, I don't sit up there and play games, man. That man told. You should have went in there and kept your mouth closed.
And even Wheezy, his longtime friend and producer, publicly called him a rat. But this is where Gunna's redemption arc truly began. Gunna didn't beg for forgiveness. He didn't explain himself in interviews. He let the music talk. His first single, Bread and Butter, was a statement piece. He took shots at prosecutors, at fake friends, at the whole situation, and then he dropped A Gift and a Curse, a solo album with no features, and a project that felt like a man rebuilding his foundation in real time and rapping for his life. You Mean blew up, TikTok, clubs, radio, Billboard, it was everywhere, and the fan base started shifting. Comments like "he ain't snitch on me" became common. That wasn't just trolling, that was people choosing the music over those street politics. Gunna's fan base evolved. His story became one of resilience, not scandal. Plus, his music never relied heavy on street content anyway. He was making hits, and that's what people showed up for. Now, contrast that with Thug. When he got released in October 2024, the culture erupted. IG stories from Nicki, Travis, Drake, they all showing him love. It felt like a moment. He had truly beaten the odds. Everyone had him counted out and thought that he was going to be put to jail for an extremely long time. But turns out his plea deal came with serious strings. Thug pled guilty and was sentenced to time served, but it also hit him with 15 years of probation, a 10-year ban from Metro Atlanta, and heavy restrictions. No gang references, no contact with former YSL affiliates. He even has to do anti-gang presentations, and any misstep could land him right back inside. But something was odd. Young Thug requested the court to allow him to still be able to make music with Gunna, despite all the drama online, whether or not he snitched.
Mr. Williams have no contact with any of the co-defendants in this indictment, with the exception of Mr. Quantavious Greer, that is his biological brother, as well as Mr. Sergio Kitchens. He's a phenomenal artist. He goes performer known as Gunna, G-U-N-N-A. Mr. Williams and Mr. Kitchens are contractually obligated, and they frequently perform music.
And while Gunna never did much talking online, his actions showed he still wanted to maintain his friendship and relationship with Thug, despite the allegations yelling free slime during shows and performing a lot of their old collabs. But that dynamic shifted when Thug tweeted just 1 month after his release, "Gunna, stop acting like we friends on the internet. I don't know you, my guy." That tweet hit different. It was the first time Thug made it clear that whatever relationship they had was done. There was no more speculation. Instead of Thug dropping music out the gate, he just tweeted. In fact, the only way to get anything from Thug was to go on Twitter, not Spotify, not Apple Music. It would take until March, 5 months after his release, to finally mention anything about music, saying, "Y'all motherfuckers gonna have to beg me to drop this shit, no kizzy." On Tuesday, April 1st, now 6 months after his release, Thug posted a picture of the DA's investigator calling her a liar, risking another violation. They argued that it endangered a protected witness and violated terms. The judge declined prison time but warned him to exercise restraint. You would think the tweets would stop here after nearly landing him back in the position he fought so hard to escape. But nope, he decided to throw a random shot at Kid Cudi over his testimony in the Diddy case that he was required by law to participate in after receiving a federal subpoena.
Just last week, Ventura testified that Sean Combs had threatened to blow up Kid Cudi's car because he had found out about their relationship together.
Like, bro, he tried to blow up his car over Cassie, someone he beat on camera for the world to see. Read the room. People wanted music, not messy tweets. Thug was released in October, and it would be a long 6 months before he would eventually release his single Money on Money featuring Future, an unimpressive introduction to this new era of Young Thug. This release fell flat and barely crept into the top 40 on Billboard at its peak. UI Scuddy was supposed to be the big return. Instead, he's been unable to build an ounce of hype around his music, with fans on Reddit saying he lost it. People questioning if the fire is even there. For someone who once defined Atlanta's sound, this was a scary fall from grace. You see, Gunna's blow up has been deeper than just the music. After getting out, he slimmed down, stayed quiet, and focused on his health and growth. Gunna also quietly covered up his YSL tattoo. No rant, no drama, just a clean break. And that didn't sit right with Thug, who jumped into the comments saying, "I mean, he did say it should end, LOL," referring back to the court footage of Gunna on the stand. Another tweet, another delete. But at that point, the message was loud. Thug was watching Gunna closely, and it's eating at him. Meanwhile, Gunna never responded, not even once. No subtweets, no sneak disses, just more music, more wins. He's been moving like someone who already made peace with the fallout, like someone who accepted that the old chapter is over and he's not begging to come back. But on Thug's end, it's like he's stuck. And honestly, this Reddit post said it best. For Thug to be this hot over Gunna tells me he knows Gunna would be just fine without him. and it bothers him. Now, to be fair, Thug brought Gunna into the game. He helped shape him, made space for him in YSL, and gave him a lane. So from Thug's perspective, this wasn't just industry beef. It felt like betrayal on a personal level, like someone he considered a brother might have played a role in him getting locked up for life. Even though the legal facts don't support that idea, since Gunna never actually testified against him, it's not easy for Thug to look past that courtroom footage.
Oh, Sean,
We as fans can separate the music from the street politics, but for Thug, that moment was unforgivable. Still, what's undeniable in this, Gunna has survived everything that should have crushed him. Industry blackballing, internet hate, snitch allegations, and somehow he's the one thriving. Thug is watching what happened in real time, and it's hard for him to accept. He's trying to force these outdated street rules on fans who just don't care. At the end of the day, this whole saga stopped being about who snitched and started being about who seized the moment and delivered. People are riding with Gunna because the music's hitting. Simple as that. Bread and Butter hit. A Gift and a Curse hit. You mean hit. It took over the culture. The memes, the TikToks, the sold out shows, it's not because people forgot what happened, it's because they've moved on. They see an artist who was isolated by the industry but owned his moment and bounced back a better artist for it. Gunna never leaned into the drama, he leaned into growth. He gave people something real and now he's reaping the benefit. Meanwhile, Thug, he's struggling to catch that same wave. His attempts to drag Gunna back into the mud have fallen flat. His sneak disses feel bitter. His album rollout feels uninspired. Fans were hyped for his return, but every drop or preview since his release has felt underwhelming. People don't want to hear drama, they want to hear hits. They want growth. And unless Thug locks in and delivers that, he's at serious risk of watching the culture move on without him. And now things are coming full circle. Gunna's already teasing The Last One, his final album under YSL. It's a subtle but symbolic move. The title alone feels like a message, like he's tying up that last loose end before fully walking away from the past. And just as Gunna pressed for this moment, rumors are going around that Thug may finally be ready to drop his comeback album around the same time. This could get very interesting if Thug decides to compete with Gunna and drop on his date, something that was rumored to happen while he was still behind bars, but it was difficult to confirm whether it was real or AI generated.
I'm dropping this surprise album on the same day Buddy dropped his album. That shit coming up soon. I need a verse from you. If you feel like replying, if you feel like you want to reply to it, saying or something, man, don't do it. Let's drop it on my album. I'm dropping a surprise album on the same day that drop. Sing your verse in, bro. I want you and Wham on the same song. Sing your verse in.
This was originally referring to the Business is Business album that Thug dropped. His album rollout feels uninspired. Fans were hyped for his return, but every drop or preview since his release has felt underwhelming. People don't want to hear drama, they want to hear hits. They want growth. And unless Thug locks in and delivers that, he's at serious risk of watching the culture move on without him. And now things are coming full circle. Gunna's already teasing The Last One, his final album under YSL. It's a subtle but symbolic move. The title alone feels like a message, like he's tying up that last loose end before fully walking away from the past. And just as Gunna pressed for this moment, rumors are going around that Thug may finally be ready to drop his comeback album around the same time. This could get very interesting if Thug decides to compete with Gunna and drop on his date, something that was rumored to happen while he was still behind bars, but it was difficult to confirm whether it was real or AI generated.
I'm dropping this surprise album on the same day Buddy dropped his album. That shit coming up soon. I need a verse from you. If you feel like replying, if you feel like you want to reply to it, saying or something, man, don't do it. Let's drop it on my album. I'm dropping a surprise album on the same day that drop. Sing your verse in, bro. I want you and Wham on the same song. Sing your verse in.
This was originally referring to the Business is Business album that Thug dropped behind bars, but he could be looking to do something like this again considering he never went through with it. Whether he decides to drop on the same day or not, what's clear is that they are on two completely different paths leading into their upcoming album. Gunna walked out of jail skinny, sharp, and refocused. Thug came out bloated, bitter, and unfocused, literally and metaphorically. And honestly, that contrast says everything about where their careers are headed right now. One is ascending, the other is descending. But I'll end with this. Thug is still one of the most talented artists of our time, no question. But he's not creating under the same conditions anymore. Every lyric, every post, every move is under a microscope.
But I understand rap lyrics. I understand how it could be twisted. I understand what it could do to the mind of people. I understand all that, and I promise you, I'm 100% changing that. It's just, I'm older, I'm grown now, and it's just like, I'm smarter. It's more things to rap about. Like I've experienced a lot of good things. I experienced more bad things, but I experienced a lot of good things too. And anyway, I can go forever.
If there was ever a moment for him to grow, it's now. And honestly, he might need to take a page out of Gunna's book. Lock in, get focused, tighten up mentally and physically. Let the music do the talking, not the tweets. Because the culture's moving forward, and if Thug keeps clinging on to the past, he may just get left behind. Drop a comment and let me know your thoughts below. I'll catch you on the next one. I'm out.
Now what the fuck is this? Wow. I see.
What's
I gotta get
good,
back in the
y'all?
loop
Welcome
about
back
this
to the
music shit.
channel. I know it's been a minute, but look, we back. We finally back, and today we got some beef to talk about, and it ain't Kendrick and Drake. Finally, it's Pusha T going at Travis Scott of all people on Clip's new single, So Be It. And bruh, it may make you look at Travis differently. I don't know. Let's get into what went down and why Pusha decided to expose Travis Scott. So Be It is the second single off Clip's upcoming album, Let God Sort 'Em Out, and the energy matches that title so perfectly. Pharrell laced the beat with his haunting Egyptian sample, and Pusha T and No Malice rapping like they want smoke with anybody in the industry. But let's keep it a buck with everybody is.
Let me pause it. My bad. We playing the game and we doing music review. We stand on top of it. Now what the fuck? Clips is. So be it. Oh my god, they fish farm for these fucking views. Listen to that shit.
16,000 square. 8 million up there, 2 million down here. When I was born, grandmama could see it. I be Bentley driven and very strategic. RM sleeve, no diamonds are needed. Floors are heated, so be it, so be it. Fucking with P, get something to meet you. Your soul don't like your body, we help you free it. Then we wait for TMZ to leak it. It ain't no secret, so be it, so be it. Smoke. So be it, so be it.
I ain't gonna lie, I think it's lying though.
So be it. CLIP, SCFB, 8-ball LV. I can show you how to bust a brick if you let me. I'm monogram like confetti. Switch is ready. She leaning on Celine cause she ain't stepping in Giuseppe. Catch a $150 like each Pirelli. I got 8 of them, call me Andretti. If I'm not in the telly, selling the Yeti, then I'm spoiling your bitch like she in spaghetti. Heavy, circle back and come and get this Kelly. And your ears too if you want a blue like belly. Lot of jetting, Prada bedding, 911s. I'm the who's who with what's what. Papa heaven, fuck around and get your body traced trying to test me. Cause niggas that I'm with like to draw when it's sketchy. If they catch me, don't forget me. Resurrect me. Buy your dog tags the same place that they would get me. Ski.
This is culturally inappropriate.
So be it, so be it.
They lying, man. Shit not right.
Smoke.
They playing with the views, man.
So be it, so be it.
You ain't solid, ain't valid, you ain't malice. Been quiet, ain't right, you ain't Paris. Blow money, you owe money, we ain't balanced. You ain't believe, God did, you ain't Khaled. All black, back to back, this ain't traffic. Can't wrap your head round that, you ain't Arab. Y'all tweet, bird talk, we all parrots. Lone Star, cross the border, we like Dallas. 21, gun salute, we been savage. Tag 'em up, add 'em up, them niggas average. Fly 'em in, fly 'em out, only the baddest. If I had her, then you had her, she never mattered. Wish upon the stars on my roof, they all scattered. Ain't no more Neptune, so peace Saturn. Off the first ski up, they re-up. It's a pattern, like middlemen, they killing them. You know what happened. Ski.
This is culturally inappropriate.
No lie, I ain't gonna lie.
So
He
be
wrote
it,
that
so
shit.
be
His
it.
brother wrote that shit.
Smoke. So be it. You cried in front of me. You died in front of me. Calabasas took your bitch and your pride in front of me. Her utopia had moved right up the street. And her lip gloss was popping. She ain't need you to eat. The net gon' call it the way that they see it. But I got the video I can share and AE it. They wouldn't believe it, but I can't unsee it. Lucky I ain't TMZ it. So be it. So be it.
This is culturally inappropriate.
So be it. So be it. Smoke. So be it, so be it.
I mean, I don't really got nothing bad to say. Like, let's be for real. We're not bumping that shit in the club, and be for real. Those are all like probably fucking 80% fake views. I don't give a fuck. No one is not listening to that shit. I don't give a fuck. No one around me has that on their phone, and I'm not going to do. I'm not being rude to Pharrell. He's a great guy. Clips here good, but it's like I feel like some of them niggas know people who control stuff in the industry, and it's like the song is not that straight, bro. Like when Kendrick drop, Drake drop, you hear that shit. How come when they drop, it ain't just pushed in your ear? That shit fake, bro. I'm sorry. Better sit your ass down. I don't know. I just feel like that shit bullshit. Now back to what I was saying.
Talking about is Pusha's last verse on the song where he comes straight at Travis Scott. You cried in front of me, you died in front of me. Calabasas took your pride in front of me.
You know, I've definitely had to put my hand on your shoulder before. You died in front of me, you cried in front of me.
And he flips that moment into straight disrespect. Her Utopia had moved right up the street and her lip gloss was popping. She need you to eat. That's obviously aimed at Kylie Jenner, referring to her $1 billion cosmetic line, calling out how she left him and is still thriving without him. She doesn't need Travis. And the Utopia double entendre is so in line with what we expect from Pusha T. It's just great rapping. Now these next few lines are just absolutely ridiculous. He say the net gon' call it the way they see it, but I got the video I can share and AE it. They wouldn't believe it, but I can't unsee it. Lucky I ain't TMZ it, so be it, so be it. Now let's look back, right? So clearly he's talking about a video. It seems like it's a video of Travis breaking down crying, a vulnerable moment, but he probably looked like a little bit of a simp in that moment, crying over that breakup. I think the point of him mentioning this is he comforted Travis in that moment, and for him to turn around and have Drake diss him on the record is part of why he feels betrayed. The bar that he pulls off where he says, I can share and AE it, as in CHER, Cher and Alexander Edwards, who are dating, who AE is also best friends with Tyga, who used to date Kylie, who is Travis's ex. And when I did a little bit more digging, seeing that Travis Scott and AE actually got into a fight, and this was posted to TMZ. Like, this was insane for him to pull off. And now he's confirming the line by posting a picture of AE on his story. I mean, this is just insane. Because you can also think sharing the video and broadcasting it on a network, AE, where you can see first 48, 60 days in. And I also saw some people online saying AE as in Anthony Edwards when he was asking his baby mama to show him the video of her taking the birth control. It's potentially like a triple entendre. It's insane what he just pulled off in that little bit of rapping. Like, this is only one verse. This isn't even a full dedication.
just been fucking chilling. I'm gonna get you right real quick. Oh, I'm motherfucking. Man, I'm motherfucking. You said you gotta go take what out of the car? Good. Oh yeah, we gotta go to Home Depot today anyway. So huh? What's on again? The paint shit. The paint shit that turned right though. Oh yeah, I remember. You know, I got the paint. Already got the roll. Probably around 4 or 5. This song. Get calm me. I'll call you on that. Alright then, I'm good. All day. I was thinking, it's crazy. I was like, I know Dave ain't gonna call. I ain't even call her. Cause she got up. We both asleep. I'm like, shit. I'm like, hey, shit, wake me up. I ain't get up. I was like, hey, fuck it. But yeah, I'm gonna call you. That's why we got to the soccer in the room. Yeah, I appreciate it. Let his ass outside. Cause he was goddamn. What's that? You gotta, stay up until they find. Oh, well, nah, I'll show you. You see the live stream? So right here, we on live. So this right here, the whole thing. What up, y'all? Showing this the true so that's the camera right there. What's that? That's the camera. We got our screens up. This shows us the chat. This other chat box. Writing notes about the next video I'm doing. Go ahead. So and they seeing me play the game. So the game right there, Discord, put the game on TV so they can see me play the game and see me working on my laptop. So when I sit right here, they see me. Basically, they see it just like this right here. So when they're at their house, this is what it look like. So all that. So now I'm just showing them and I talk to them while I play the game and stuff. It's a music channel, I make music, so we just sit here and talk about music and just we sit and do ideas together. And
Go ahead, man. Brainstorm, you get network.
Kind of like a little job.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. That's how you do it.
Yeah, but then I'm gonna give you a call.
All right, man. It's positive. That's why I like to see.
What time you got up? Time you been up for a minute. Time you got up?
I got up, but like I said, when they come, I'm all right. So when they was, and then I got so much stuff. They was helping me out so much, man. We got the nine or whatever. Bang over here, like, knock on the door. I got to see everything. She can help me.
Oh, that's it. flying shit. Chat, what up, man? My bad, I was talking to Unc out that bitch. You know it's kind of hot out here where I'm at in Florida. Shit. Now back to what I was doing. Listening to this real reason why. Hey, DP Beats, is that you?
Hated diss track, and it just shows the level that Pusha T can get to, and this is why somebody like Pusha T is not really who you want to go back and forth with, as we've seen. You know, Pusha is known for twisting the knife where it hurts, but he feels justified and explains his reasoning in an interview with GQ. Apparently, the whole thing stems from back in 2023. Travis shows up to the Louis Vuitton headquarters, which is also Pharrell's studio.
So, no, you good. I was trying to wait to talk to you. So I looked at the video. I kind of understand the Discord thing. I ain't gonna say I understand it fully, but I'm trying to learn. It's kind of cool. I didn't know like it had like you could do like subgroups. That was so cool. Like when somebody could send beats in, and that's what I feel like that's even better than using the email, because like, okay, everybody send your submissions to Discord in the beats submission tab. Then it's like I don't have to go through all that shit. Like, and then even like with people with comments and want to say stuff like that shit lit as hell. But now it's like I gotta grow the Discord. So is it kind of like the same as just fucking what I was gonna say is fucking. I can throw this chat here real quick. Let me see, like just I like it. And thank you so much. Like I really wanted to tell you that, by the way. I don't think I'm never ungrateful. I gotta cook me some noodles. I'm so hungry. I got hammered last night. I didn't drink like in 4 or 5 days, and I had too much beer, and I had a great time last night. Yeah, so like Discord, and another thing too, so like some people just get straight on Discord, because I also see like we could just be talking and stuff. Well, it's pretty damn neat. I'm not gonna lie, like it's pretty fucking neat. Like that's cool as hell. Like Discord is actually different from Telegram and all of them. Like that's what I was thinking. But right now we working on. Oh really? I'm listening. I'm playing a game and listening to shit about rap music, and I'm working on my next video because we want the channel to keep growing. So this right here is some notes that oh nah, DP Beats, right? Like for real, man, you really helped me. I'm sorry you can't see these notes, but you can see this little thing on the small screen. I'm writing notes about. I don't want to say the title because someone might come steal my title, but between us, I'm writing a video on why Young Thug is losing his aura. So it's not like a video where people think like, oh, like nah. It's just telling. I'm just tired of rappers. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be in the video. I'm trying to drop 2 videos this week. I think I'm gonna do why I produce this, or why I don't know. I got an opinion, and I feel like I be saying real shit, and I can't wait to drop that shit in the Discord and get everybody either happy or mad at me, because I feel like the rap game just needs some new shit, and these niggas just doing the same old shit. And ain't nothing cool about it. Yeah, the only thing I say that's hard about making the videos is the editing, but everybody knows that's the work. It's not like you just get up there. Could I raw dog it and put it up there? Probably so, but it probably wouldn't do as good. So it's like the 3 hours after editing. So I try to keep all videos under like 12 minutes, cause you know. But nah, man, I gotta say thank you once again, cause that shit hard. Like I don't even know how the fuck you made it happen. So when I go live, a notification come. Like how the fuck do they even know that shit? Like that's crazy as hell. I made this shirt, by the way. Don't believe me? There goes the Monster logo. Damn it. DP Beats, are you sure? Yeah, I I think I got a couple. I'll mail you some. Actually, I don't want to know your address, but on your free time, if you got like a P.O. box or like a fucking somewhere I could mail you some merch, shirts, hats, beanies, pillows, you definitely deserve it. I'm trust me, like I'm down to earth guy, bro. Like what you did set that thing up for me is crazy. Like I don't think like you don't understand how much you helping me. And my bad, I've been busy too. That's why I get to call you because I have people around me. But nah, bro, I wanna do something for you. So what you did for me was already a lot. Like seriously, real niggas do real things. Finna go make me some water to boil these noodles. When I beat my case, I'm gonna make a video about that time they wrongly evicted me and sent me to jail for fucking 5 days. Fucking bitches. Fucking police. Nah, for real, bro. I'm gonna send you some shit. You gotta think. I got so many designs. Like, I got this right here is some fast shit because I just paid a nigga to fucking. He did straight. But nah, I'm gonna send you. Don't worry about it. Like, and I also gotta get my boy BK some shit. Cause I'm gifting people is what I do. It ain't about like. It ain't about like the money or nothing. It's just what it is. That's what it do.
While Clips was recording their album, Let God Sort Them Out, Travis was reportedly filming himself playing Utopia for Pharrell, smiling, dancing, and Pusha calls it a monkey dance, which sounds pretty accurate. If you've been to a Travis Scott show, if you've seen him interact, he gets hype and he be bouncing off the wall.
Yeah, and the clothing thing really ain't not my thing.
According to Pusha, Travis...
Like, I really like just drawing, so, and I got most stuff I don't even oh yeah, and that's why I don't really drop a lot of stuff. And that's the thing, I don't really like making clothes. It's just the fact I like drawing, and my people would like just put it on clothes, so it'd be harder to really make stuff people want to wear versus something to put on the wall. Cause you know what I'm saying, it's easier to make a poster than a shirt. So I got to get into the fashion thing, but I am hip. It's just that I don't really, it's just not my cup of tea to stay up on like the latest trending. So I just try to, because not everybody like it's on the fashion sense, but people like good clothes. So that's how I am. So I try to make it look at least wearable. You don't want to make no bullshit. But I got like more shit coming out. And you ain't never gotta worry about it, cause I'm the fucking owner of the company, so it's kind of cool. So I could give away free shit, you know. I could upcharge people, but you do business legit, you'll never have to have a problem. That's my biggest thing. Whatever you give out, it'll come back to you, man. I gotta work on some new projects though. I really gotta start back drawing. I ain't drawing so long. Appreciate it. Oh shit, bless me. Let me make this soup now. So room one, get this little pack noodle. Just cause I'm gonna run to the store right now. Break that bitch down. You wanna break it down? Over the top of it and let it heat and simmer. And itself on that. So that's how you cook. Without having to leave a spot and let that sit for like fucking 5-7 minutes, and then you can actually eat it. Back to this video, I'm playing the game.
Seemed interested in genuine feedback. He just wanted to film himself playing the music for them. Pusha said we weren't into the music, but he wanted to play it, wanted to film it, us and Pharrell listening to it. Pusha describes it as if Travis was just interrupting and just an annoyance in their space. Like when you're sitting at the lunch table in school and somebody random just walks over to the table and try to join in on the conversation and they don't know nothing about it. And get this, he played the song Meltdown, but didn't play the version where Drake takes shot at Pusha and Pharrell. Then a week later, that version drops. Now, we have a little bit more information on this. Basically, academics said that Travis didn't play the
really
version
said you edited the video? I was trying to send you one.
It wasn't recorded yet. It was recorded 24 hours before the track's official release.
It said you got your info wrong.
Who's that?
You know? You know where the sources come from. Don't even, you know? They say you got your info wrong. They say you must just be trying to sell an album. You're dissing Travis for no reason. They said, basically, whenever that song got played for you, Meltdown, Drake did not record on that song at that point. He couldn't have played it. And I'm getting told less than 24 hours before the song came out, the song was made. Don't ask me how. So they said this idea that Travis tucked the verse. You got some bad info, my boy. Bad info. Now, granted, I still think you could be mad because maybe you thought he was cool enough with you that he should take the verse off.
I just don't understand.
Right?
So while that may explain why the disc wasn't included during the preview, it doesn't excuse the fact that Travis allowed a track dissing Pharrell to appear on his album 1 week after playing.
And if you still here, DP,
in a session he wasn't even invited to.
I was trying to send you the raw version of what I do.
And I can't say I blame him. Fans are already starting to take a stance on how they feel. Some saying clearly it's not clocking to y'all that Pusha T stands on business when it comes to Pharrell. Pusha T seeing Travis Scott in the studio with the famous Derrick Rose meme, watching everybody dance at the All-Star game, and then others saying Travis got dissed for getting along with everybody. Check my head, can't even be chill no more. Pusha T a clout chaser, man, y'all just won't say it for some reason. Pusha didn't hold back in the GQ interview. He said outright, I don't hold Travis to any standard. He has no pick, which is like telling you, you have no morals, you have no standards, you have no principle. He's pointing to a pattern when it comes to Travis Scott. Like in 2018 with Sicko Mode, Travis lets Drake diss Kanye, his own mentor,
Not
on a
much,
track he's
just
featured
chilling.
on. Push is calling that out in this interview, and more recently, at Rolling Loud in 2024, Travis jumped on stage with Future and Metro and encouraged them to drop Like That, the song that ignited the beef with Kendrick and Drake.
Just play that. Oh, man. Please, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Metro was trying to get out of here like. All right, then. Nah, Metro, you gotta let that shit go right now, bro. You like that?
Once again, Travis is just in the middle of these two scenarios,
Thank you so much.
but acting like he's
Seriously.
neutral and signing.
Right now, Chef, I am updating my head on what's going on in the music world because I see with the channel, it got to be more than just making beats. So I'm just trying to learn more about music. But I will be dropping the video on why Young Thug is losing his all his ore, lame ass nigga. I ain't saying I don't want to get crazy on the video because Thug might see it, but Thug, you acting fuck, shawty. You know, gonna be him all alone. And I ain't tripping what you do to the video. I don't know if you seen my last video, why rap is going to stink, but I feel like shit, anything. I ain't do too many crazy edits on that bit. I ain't really do nothing. But back to this so I can see why these niggas, why the fuck Pusha T always in the middle of some shit? Like, nigga, shut your lame ass up. I'm getting tired of his ass. And that's another thing too. I seen that song with him and his brother drop, produced by Pharrell. Down there got 9 million views in 2 weeks. But that's bullshit, bro. They paying for that shit, bro. No, I haven't even heard the beat song until I clicked on it. When something that good, you hear it, bro. I ain't even heard that shit, bro. That's why I don't believe in the music industry. That's why I don't give a fuck about getting no hit or nothing. Cause it's like niggas be manipulating the charts and shit. Like nigga, I ain't even fucking hear that fucking shit, bro. Like I'm just like, nigga, that shit just crazy to me. Cause then it's like, see, this why I gotta make another video, and I gotta put that topic down too. Let me write that down. And I told myself I'm gonna start keeping my notes open so I won't be forgetting my ideas. Let me put / rap beef is dumb. And that's the thing, like now this rap beef shit dumb. It's like, oh, y'all niggas just wanna be mad at a nigga cause another nigga mad at a nigga. Like, and then it's like, y'all really just, it's fucking weird to me, bro. Like, who am I to say? But it's like Pusha T. And that's another thing too. I know this off topic, but it's like, even with Youngboy and Lil Durk, like, bro, Durk, you're fucking 30. Youngboy was like, what, 20, 21? Like, bro, you're a grown ass man beefing with a fucking child. Like, how do we not, like, and why the fuck do people, like, it's just so dumb to me. Like, I just don't understand that shit. Like, you could make, I don't know, it's like, if I was Lil Durk, that shit is just stupid. Like, King Von brought that on himself. Like, you mad because your homeboy put his hands on another nigga, and another nigga, they took up for themselves and they popped this stupid ass. Like, and I ain't saying like that, but that's what happens anywhere you go. So he ain't all exempts. Like, if a person run up on me and my buddy got that fire, nigga, you damn right they gonna do it to his ass. Cause why are you hitting me, bro? Like, what the fuck you acting like a crazy ass animal? And that's what happened. But then after that, it's a big ass rap beef. It's a big ass rap war. That shit's stupid. Like, that's why I know a lot of these niggas don't really be real niggas. No, but you could leave the chat. But stop coming in here trying to solicit shit and stuff, trying to sell shit. No. But I'm sorry for that, and I wouldn't. Nah, I'm sorry to tell you that. But nah, that's just what I think with the rap music. Like, it ain't nobody. I don't know why niggas think the rap you got to be some type of killer, bro. Like, killers don't want to be rappers, and rappers don't want to be killers. Trust me. Just pick a side and stay there. Like, that shit whack as hell. Oh no, man, Ben, you good, man. I'm just up here running my damn mouth about just why these niggas in the game it's stupidity at its finest. They know damn well I jumped over that, man. I gotta find my I'm gonna end up playing Monopoly on this bitch. Yeah, I don't wanna see you play Monopoly. I'm an old school nigga on this bitch. But nah, Nah, that's just my take. I'm finna resume this video about Pusha T, lame ass. And like I say, it's not like cause I know they're gonna probably end up seeing my videos, but it's not like I'm calling you lame. It's like, you're just moving lame, my guy.
And with whoever he can benefit most, according to Pusha T. Pusha makes it clear it's not even about personal beef, it's about the principle. He sees Travis as someone who chases the hottest moment no matter who it hurts, and felt the need to address it, despite describing Travis as harmless. Bumby was on Nightcap with Shannon Sharp and said that Pusha T was willing to go at Travis because they don't operate in the same circle. And I personally 100% agree with that. That's something that Pusha T mentioned with his interview with GQ, that they don't operate in the same spaces. And I also think that turned into a win-win situation for Pusha T, where you don't impact my career one way or the other, so me going at you right now can only benefit me, bringing attention to my album, and I don't lose anything for it. And he also said that he feels that Travis Scott will respond before the weekend. I'm gonna be honest, I do not expect Travis Scott to respond. I do not think that's the play here. I think the play is to let this ride out. Don't go back and forth with this demon. It can only end badly. Best thing is to take the approach pretending like you're too big to respond. Because you kind of like fans on Twitter are saying Travis getting dissed is hilarious because he can't rap, so he can't even defend himself. I don't even think Pusha got real beef with Travis Scott. He just sounds fed up. The Clips album rollout is just Pusha T calling every rapper on earth a bitch one by one, and I love it. So with all that laid out, the real question is, was he?
And that's the thing too. It's like, I'm not even mad. Man, first of all, people in the comments need to shut the fuck up. Pusha T ain't, okay. If Pusha T such a good rapper, why Pusha T ass ain't on the radio? Y'all love his ass so much. Y'all shut the fuck up. Nigga, it ain't about who can rap the best. It's about who can make the best fucking music. Now, get me wrong. They made the music on why rap music dying down. Them niggas did ride that song they made. I ain't gonna lie. Bar for bar, that shit cool. But they not finna bump that in the club, bro. They not finna Travis Scott make good music, bro. Like, hate to say it, bro. People gotta understand this shit. And Travis Scott is not a lyrical rapper. He's a person. He's an artist. Like, he's just a fucking musical artist. And then it's like, nigga, ain't you been in the game since 1999? Like, nigga, that's what I'm saying. Why is your old ass worried about this nigga? Then y'all talking about he was signed to Kanye, but he gonna talk some checks over strikes. Nigga, he could say checks over strikes, like, man, bruh, that damn people better leave it alone. But that's just my big thing. But I put my fucking forehead. That's what I like.
Justified in going at Travis. Some say this is just classic Pusha T, being surgical, cold, calculated, know he's got an album coming up. And others argue Travis didn't owe anyone anything. He was just doing what other artists do. But at the heart of it, this seems like a shot fired over disrespect, loyalty, and how clout could cloud judgment in the industry. Now, in my own personal opinion, I'm signing with Pusha T on this. Why are you dropping a track with Drake dissing me and Pharrell when you just played us your album? Whether you knew at the time that you played it or not, you still turn around and let Drake diss us. So just out of respect, you should have said no to that. Like, you don't need that feature that bad to where you're allowing someone to diss people that you respect. It's a principle thing, like,
oh my God, bro. Why they tripping on Travis Scott? But then y'all niggas get 38,000 niggas to grow and gang up on Drake. That nigga ain't say, damn, bro, let's just do this shit one more time. Like that, I mean, like sicko mode and shit. Like, them niggas be hanging on niggas, bro. That's what I be saying. And that's the thing. Travis Scott was on like that. Then he made a song with Drake, I guess. Like, nigga, Travis Scott is an artist, bro. I don't think that nigga on that shit. Big bro not on that shit. I already know how I'm coming this morning for breakfast. Y'all niggas already know how I'm coming this morning for breakfast. Don't even play. Got the damn noodles. Ramen noodles, man. Wasting something, bro. Eat that up.
Pusha T has been saying, and I don't have a problem with him calling that out in the music, keeping it hip hop. Since I'm in the studio recording my album, here go a couple bars for you since you decided to do that. You can see kind of what Pusha T was alluding to, saying that Travis just likes to play the middle. He doesn't want to lean too heavily in either direction because he wants to be able to maintain those relationships, not burn those bridges, but also benefit from being on the right side of history. You know, this situation with Pharrell, it wasn't as big, but it definitely pointed at a little bit of his character. It doesn't change my opinion on Travis Scott. I do think that many people in the industry are moving the same way, you know, playing both sides, trying not to burn bridges. And by the way, that's probably a good idea, considering this is a business at the end of the day and we in business to make money. But I want to hear what y'all think. Was Pusha justified to put this on wax, or is he cloud chasing for speaking on a situation that you feel like it wasn't that deep? Drop your thoughts.
No one gives a fuck about Pusha T. That's the thing.
Who are the most influential artists of all time? Some people might say Van Gogh, the man who pioneered the future of art with bold, expressive colors and emotional paintings of the French countryside. Other people might say Prince, the flamboyant, androgynous guitarist with rap making music, which also means he's ended up influencing an entire generation of rappers and even pop stars. But when Young Thug showed up in Atlanta in the early 2010s, he was quickly rejected by the outside world. His music was massively weird, if not just downright incomprehensible. But just like Van Gogh, whose style was considered illegitimate during his lifetime, or the Beatles, who were mocked and laughed when they first came out, and dominating the airwaves, Atlanta exploded with creative energy. The city became the capital of unique, expressive personalities telling colorful stories about street life in a way that had never been done before. But on the other hand, the street life that served as the source of inspiration for the city's rising stars was a whole other story. Once being called the city in a forest with 48% of the city's land being covered in trees, Atlanta has always had a unique layout. That can mean beautiful. They push her to the ground. When the cops finally go over to Benny, they just put a sheet over his face. His father also spent time in and out of prison while he was a kid. But Jeffrey was different. Even from a young age, he was quickly becoming someone with a mind and a vision of his own. When he was 12 years old, he got punished for wearing his sister's shoes. He would later say, "When I was 12, my feet were small enough that I wore my sister's glitter shoes. My dad would whoop me and say, 'You can't go to school like that because you'll embarrass us.' But I never gave a fuck what people thought." And never caring what people thought would quickly become his greatest asset in a world designed for him to fail. It might sound like a kid who wears girls' clothing and fights with teachers is the last person who would ever escape the hood and become a star. But in reality, that tendency, that ability to do whatever he wanted no matter what anyone thought, would end up being his greatest strength. And in the late 2000s, when he was a kid, Atlanta rap was becoming bigger than ever. And for someone like Young Thug, watching people from his side of town find huge success and achieve things that no one else around him ever had, is starting to look like one of the only ways that he might be able to have a chance at changing his life. But it just so happened to be the case that Young Thug was born with the ability to come up with insane melodies off the top of his head. He would later describe it in a nonchalant way, like he was trying to play it cool, saying, "Anyone can rap if you've got brains, so I just went with it." But the journey he was about to go on would get a whole lot deeper than that. The very first Young Thug song that you can still find anywhere online is from about 15 years ago, in early 2010, when he was 18 years old, years before he even started posting his own music. But it's actually Honestly though, especially with Came From Nothing 2 and 3, I can really see how hardcore Young Thug fans would love these projects, just off how you can really see Thug's evolution start to come together, even when he was so inexperienced. By the time he made the third mixtape, he sounds much more spontaneous and confident. One person who has a couple features on this mixtape series is Future. At the time, he also didn't have a studio album out yet, having just dropped Tony Montana a few months earlier. When he was making these mixtapes, Young Thug's career was about as deep in the trenches as he could possibly get. He basically wasn't known by the outside world at all. He was working with a local manager named Bobby Patterson, who had a creative studio in Atlanta, and business-wise, they were at a level where Bobby was just posting his phone number on their YouTube channel so you could call him up and book Thug for a show if you wanted to. As far as his public profile went, that was it. A lot of these videos today have millions of views from Thug's cult fan base, but back then, they weren't getting much more than a couple hundred. But when Young Thug was a kid, all the way up to when he was 20 years old dropping these mixtapes, one of the most influential and powerful rappers in Atlanta was Gucci Mane. Over the years, Gucci Mane got pretty big. He's been on massive hits like Wake Up in the Sky, Black Beatles with Ray Shremmerd. He's worked with artists like The Weeknd, Mariah Carey, and Usher, but he never really sold out. He stayed tapped in with his hometown in
Yeah, I
Atlanta,
fuck with Gucci.
even after he had pretty huge mainstream success. After starting his own label in 2007 underneath Warner, he successfully signed.
Find me a lighter real quick. Y'all know I gotta get high.
Countless rappers and producers out of Atlanta, like Waka Flocka Flame, Beethoven, Lex Luger, Young Scooter, Chief Keef, Southside, Nicki Minaj, Migos, Future, Metro Boomin, Soulja Boy. To be real, Gucci basically ran Atlanta and signed a lot of artists that came out of the city for 15 years.
Big fan of Gucci. Who? Elton John. That's dope.
That's so
Gucci
sick.
his favorite rapper. Gucci
What?
fucking man.
That's
I went to his house. He's like,
let
wait,
me
Gucci,
ask
get
you
this.
And one of the artists he signed over the years was Pee Wee Longway, known for songs like Preach It, Fiji Water, and also being in a rap trio with Gucci and Young Dolph called Felix Brothers. And Pee Wee Longway just so happened to have also grown up in Jonesboro South, being Young Thug's neighbor when they were little kids, years before the music.
Young Thug and me, same
Free
project,
Pee Wee.
same everything. Whatever he doing, I'm on his bumpers. Whatever I'm doing, he on my bump. We locked in, so yeah, no more.
But the story goes that Pee Wee eventually brought Thug to Gucci Mane's studio to show him the mixtapes that Thug had been working on in 2012. But Gucci already trusted Pee Wee enough that he took $25,000 out of his backpack, gave it to Thug, and signed a contract with him right then and there without ever having heard any of his music. He would later say, when Pee Wee got to the studio, he brought Young Thug and two other guys, and he said, listen, they're hard. They're the ones that got me to start rapping, so sign them. And I had a bag with some money, and I got $25,000 out, and I signed Thug right there. I had never even heard a song from him.
I told him, I said, listen, I'm gonna sign you. I said, I'm just gonna give you a shot. I said, I don't care if you can rap or not. I know you can hustle, so we're gonna just hustle the music. I'm gonna work with you. I didn't even know if he wrote his music. I really just wanted to help Pee Wee.
But when someone gives you money and access to a studio and lets you do your own thing, not everyone knows what to do with that, no matter how talented they are. Especially a young kid who doesn't have the real work experience in that way. But I think we've already established that Young Thug was different. And so after he met Gucci Mane, he wasn't going to be an unknown Atlanta rapper for long. Gucci later said, I didn't even really know what I had with Thug. I was just taking a chance. But a week later, I realized he's a star and I need to start putting more focus on him. Because back in early 2013, when Thug first signed at 1017 Records, he literally went right into a recording studio and never left. And I mean that literally.
That same day, Thug didn't leave the studio. He spent the night there. And then I come back and then he'll have all this, he have his sister, he'll have 30 people in the studio. But he'll never leave. He just always be there recording.
Even in the early days of his career, the people around Young Thug would talk about him working all night, every night, nonstop, until he had made thousands of songs.
Do you smoke gas? No way. Do you got nuts? No way. Yeah, they listen to it.
And then, 2 months after getting signed, he dropped 1017 Thug, his first official mixtape. Because thanks to the promo and the push he could now get from being on 1017 Records, this mixtape would be the project that showed the world who Young Thug was.
Damn,
of course,
I didn't know he
he
dropped
didn't
his first tape with
understand
Gucci.
him at all, because he suddenly no longer sounded anything like his previous mixtapes, or sometimes like a rapper at all. And the song Pikachu would be the first of many Young Thug songs that would go down in history. People still debate Young Thug's vocals today, not agreeing if he's trash or a genius, but back then, this song was just insane. It wasn't something that anyone had ever done before. It's not like he was just going in and doing this for attention. It wasn't even something that anyone knew you could get attention from doing. This is just basically not considered rapping at all by the standards of the time. But underneath the insanity was Thug's ability to actually
Man, your ass
captivate the
need to
listener
get it.
with hooks and melodies
Man,
not
that's what
like
you need to
anything
get.
else you'd ever heard before. Someone would later write, in the middle of Pikachu, Young Thug spends 2 minutes redefining what hip-hop sounds like, and then some normal rapper comes in and tries to follow it up on the feature. It's hard to not laugh and feel bad for the poor guy who's eternally gonna serve as evidence of just how creative Young Thug was. Rolling Stone ended up naming 1017 Thug the 5th best mixtape of 2013. Pitchfork would later call it one of the best albums of the first half of the decade, and the song Pikachu would later be ranked as one of the best tracks of the year by Rolling Stone and Spin. Of course, though, none of that would matter at all if the outside world didn't understand him, literally and metaphorically. And so on the one hand, the music magazines and the critics were already calling Young Thug a genius. They would say things like, Young Thug's style marries the hook-bending sensibility of Future, the pill-addled yawp of Danny Brown, and the playful irreverence of Lil B under the guiding aura of Lil Wayne. One blogger wrote, he slurs, shouts, whines, and sings, feverishly contorting his voice into a series of odd timbres, like a beautifully played but broken wind instrument. His approach is shape-shifting and unstable.
I feel like my goddamn mic.
He wasn't yet really known outside the online business. Atlanta trap music wasn't the massive commercial genre it is now. To put it one way, Young Thug was averaging about 1,000 likes when he posted on Instagram back then. Basically, blogs and magazines were catching on to what he was doing a lot earlier than the average listener. In 2014, Pitchfork applauded his magnetic presence, his persona, his mystique. In 2013, Consequence of Sound wrote about his off-the-cuff free-form vocals, giving his music an electric, unfiltered energy. But like I said, that was just on the one hand, because on the other hand, the hatred against Young Thug was
Shit, appreciate that, Chef. Well, yeah, I got a second stream just in case if they, well, y'all want to just see what we looking at.
It's deafening.
Well, what I'm looking at.
Because it wasn't just that his rapping had come out of nowhere. That's only one part of it. It was his entire personality, everything he said, every outfit.
Fuck that same story, Young Thug. I want to know why Young Thug's becoming lame. Yeah, for real. Appreciate that, Chef, for real.
Ever since Thug got out of jail, he's showing a picture that says, when you find out your goat is washed. After Young Thug came home after the
he washed up.
fans expected him to make a grand return, a first day out single, an album, a tour, and even reunite everyone's favorite artists again. But it has been far from that. He dropped a single which fans laughed at for being incredibly boring, repeatedly calling Gunna a rat, even though Thug also took a plea deal, signing upcoming Atlanta artist 9 Victims who has disturbing allegations against him, and most recently, even labeling Kid Cudi as a rat for testifying against Diddy. It's been a complete mess for Thug ever since he got out, and with him planning to drop his album next month, it's not looking too great for him. So let's bring it all the way back to the May of 2022, pretty much 3 years ago from now. Young Thug, Gunna, and 28 other YSL associates were charged in a 56-count Georgia RICO. Now of course, everyone was devastated. Thug is seen as an Atlanta legend, not only putting out hits and albums people loved, but also being seen as an inspiration to multiple generations of artists, whether it be the likes of Uzi, Carti, and Lil Baby claiming they all look up to Thug, or even this newest generation with the likes of Yeep, Ken Carson, and Sofago. And the thing with Thug's career at that point in time was, even though he was already deep into the game, numbers wise he was just entering his peak. In 2019, he achieved his first #1 album with So Much Fun, selling 131,000 units in its first week, followed up by Slime Language 2 and Punk in the following years, which also landed on the #1 position in the Billboard 200 albums chart, which completely outperformed anything he put out in the past. Before So Much Fun, Thug had never cracked the top spot or 6-figure openings. So as Thug was incarcerated, he was scorching hot, with fans expecting this RICO to make even more buzz around his name, allowing him to come home greater and bigger than ever. If he gets out and drop an album, I can honestly see him selling 200k easy. Man, the first day out track alone would break the internet. I mean, we've seen it before. When a rapper gets locked up and then eventually freed, it creates this huge anticipation as fans haven't heard anything from them in such a long time. And not only did the actual arrest of Thug and Gunna have mainstream attention, but also all the events surrounding the trial. Truly humble under God, Thug's music being played in the courtroom, Gunna supposedly snitching, Lil Woody's theatrics on the stand, it was like some sort of TV show. And I mean his labels even dropping his music throughout his time away, singles with the likes of Yeat, Calvin Harris and Mariah the Scientist, even dropping an entire Metro Boomin curated album, Business Business. However, none of these had that real hype or feeling as it wasn't actually Thug dropping the music, it was people behind the scenes. And now let's move on to young Thug's release from jail because this is where the real controversy starts. So Thug would end up getting 15 years of probation, which many saw as a success. He is able to go straight home after facing life in prison. However, his parole had some terms that may affect how he would go about his career. No Metro Atlanta for 10 years, no contact with anyone he knows to be in a criminal street gang or with any co-defendant, except his brother and Gunna for contractual music business, cannot promote a gang on social media, no use of gang hand signs, lingo or symbolism, zero...
What they say, this nigga said, no Metro Atlanta for 10 years. Damn, nigga, you can't go downtown to Atlanta. No contact with anyone who knows to be criminal street gang, who's a business, cannot promote gangs on social media. All that shit straight except for the random drug screen.
Guns within arm's reach of him, random drug screens. So that's just some of them, ones that I think would impact his career the most, because we all know a large portion of Thug's image is guns, drugs and street activity. So with Thug literally being banned from associating himself with that, everyone thought he was going to be sent straight back to jail for violating his parole, with fans suggesting he's going to have to do a career makeover. He better start making gospel music. But most people weren't really concerned about that yet, they were just happy that the legend was home. However, his return didn't go as fans expected, as days passed after his release on the 31st of October in 2024, and fans got nothing. Some were arguing to relax, as he has just been 2 years in a cell by himself. He probably just wants to spend some time with his family and enjoy his freedom. But then came something that severely concerned fans, as on the 3rd of November, Thug would tweet, "Let's drop one of these rats, Peter," which is obviously quite stupid, as this is the kind of vague, aggressive language that could easily be interpreted as a violation of his probation terms. Here he is basically saying he wants to put a snitch to sleep, presumably targeting this at Gunna. Now, whilst Thug thought he was looking cool tweeting out threats like this, well, fans began literally clowning him for putting out stuff like this, when he could be called back to carry out a 15-year sentence for violating his parole terms. This fella doesn't like being free. Bro ain't making it that 15 years with his energy, and he would only continue to make it worse for himself, as just a week later he would tweet, "Gunna, stop acting like we friends on the internet, I don't know you my guy," which is of course directed at his YSL signee, who he is no longer on good terms with, as he allegedly snitched on Thug and his label after taking an altered plea deal in which he admitted YSL is a gang and needs to end. Now, fans argue whether he snitched or he didn't, but it's clear Thug and his people don't mess with him anymore. But that's not even the problem here. It's the fact he continues to put out tweets which don't look too great in court. He would end up saying he was hacked as more tweets were sent out, with one of them even trolling the state, saying he's in Metro Atlanta. But that may have just been a terrible excuse he came up with. But apart from playing with his freedom and even having girlfriend issues, Thug was not releasing any music. Well, that was until the 3rd of January in 2025, as Thug would feature on Lil Baby's album Wham on the song Dumb Dumb and Dumber alongside Future, which at first had insane hype, as of course it was the first official Thug verse since his arrest all the way back in 2022. And I mean, the song was hard, however people also felt the song was boring and generic. Kinda mid, feel like I'm being gaslit by all the hype. I feel like this is just a typical song like Thug and Future do well, but it just feels run of the mill. And I mean, I think we can understand what people are saying, like sure it's hard, but also pretty similar to what we've gotten before, which you know is not a bad thing, but it was supposed to be this big moment, Thug first verse since his arrest, but it just didn't end up having that feel it was supposed to. Well, it will be after this that Thug would begin rolling out his next album, Oi Scutty. Metro putting out tweets stating he's working on the next album, Thug announcing his first show since his release, plastering Oi Scutty on social media, with Future also showing support, and with him also featuring on Playboi Carti's music album, even though it was originally a 2021 verse from a song Thug recorded with Gunna, it still gave Thug that hype he needed, and it seemed like he was properly rebuilding his hype and gearing up to drop his first official album since his arrest in 2022. However, he would actually end up making things worse for himself, as on Twitter, Young Thug would call out Marissa Viverito, an investigator with the Atlanta Police Department, calling her the biggest liar in the DA office, whilst attaching a picture of her, which backfired immediately, as District Attorney Fannie Willis filed a motion claiming Thug has engaged in conduct that directly threatens the safety of witnesses and prosecutors, compromises ongoing legal proceedings, and warrants immediate revocation of probation. As after he put out the tweet, people online started leaking her address, personal information, and even made threats against her. So basically, they want Thug back in jail due to this tweet. Now of course, Thug is not responsible for the action of other people, so the judge would deny the request as his own tweet wasn't anything bad. However, it was definitely on the riskier side, with the judge even suggesting Thug to be careful with what he says about certain topics. While the court does not find that the cited social media post rises to the level of a violation, it may be prudent for Williams to exercise restraint regarding certain topics, with Thug himself ending off the situation by saying in a tweet he's a good person. I don't make threats to people, I'm a good person. I would never condone any threatening anyone or definitely participate in threatening anyone. I'm all about peace and love. Now look, I just don't know why he's playing with freedom like this. Just a couple months ago he was fighting a case that could have got him life in prison, got out on time served with probation, and now he's risking his freedom again. I just don't understand it, with fans of course having the same opinion about this just like they had with his previous tweets. Stop doing this or you'll go back to prison or jail. But not only were fans annoyed at Thug for not dropping music and risking his freedom, but for his newest YSL label signee. The YSL label has been around since around 2016. However, hasn't had many successful artists apart from Gunna. He had Lil Keed, but unfortunately passed away, and even someone like Young KO had potential.
I gotta use the bathroom real quick. We'll let this play. I use the bathroom.
potential but just didn't drop for a very long time. So now without Gunna or Lil Keed, Thug needed some new proteges, which led to him signing 1300 Saint and then the very controversial 9 Vicious, who some people call 9 Victims. Born in 2002, the Atlanta native faced allegations of contacting minors. I'm prob waiting till you're 18 to do that. Don't ever post again looking that good. I love you. Come over. Oh, your age? Yes, I forgot, but I'll still talk to you and be your friend. These are the messages 9 Vicious sent to a 16-year-old whilst he was 19. Now, even though a forgot, but I'll still looking that good. I'm prob waiting till you're 18 to do that. Don't ever post again looking that good. I love you. Come over. Oh, your age? Yes, I forgot, but I'll still talk to you and be your friend. These are the messages 9 Vicious sent to a 16-year-old whilst he was 19. Now, even though a 3-year age gap isn't the same as a 30-year-old man trying to meet a literal kid he met through Roblox, it's still not morally right, especially with him even admitting he will wait till she's 18. And also, this is America, so it is illegal for people of those ages to, and it continued to get worse for him. Well, he made it worse himself, as his response to these allegations, bruh, and a bunch of sub emojis. Anyways, shit finna be crazy. But that's not it, as later in a song from his project, Tumblr Music, he would say, I know I effed up, I admit it, I was horny, which is a terrible response to allegations that could be career ending. And with Thug then publicly co-signing him in a tweet where he wrote his lyrics, fans would be pretty disappointed. Worst thing you've ever done. So we just letting the group shit go, Thug? Yeah, you gotta go back to jail, man. Now, some people may use the excuse that Thug didn't know, but I'm pretty sure he definitely does, as he retweets and responds to fans often. So he definitely reads his replies. So yeah, of course, this is not a great look for Thug. It obviously won't really change people's opinion of him, but definitely still quite odd. But this is also rap, where you can pretty much get away with anything as long as people like your music, because 9 Vicious is still having a great career, considering how long he's been out for. I mean, I don't think he even has like 300,000 monthly listeners, and he's already signed to Young Thug. Anyways, after all that drama, 6 months since his release from jail, Thug would drop his first single out, Money on Money, featuring Future, where fans were hoping for a fire single to set off the album rollout. But fans were sort of disappointed. It's not that the song was bad, but underwhelming. I love Thug, but am I the only one that thinks this is underwhelming? I don't know, let's wait till the album. These geezers need to try something new. Holy F, what a snooze. When is this sound gonna die for the love of God? And not only did people think the song was boring, but fans were annoyed Thug was once again sending shots at Gunna on this track. These F fellas telling for nothing, and I gotta be the one calling them friends. With Thug's influence, you would expect fans to be siding with him. However, if you check the replies, everyone's actually defending Gunna. He didn't tell. Chill on Gunna, not gonna lie, you'll both be the system, just squash it now. Gunna took a plea deal, Buddy over here called him a rat. Just for him also to take a plea deal. Thug must have wanted to be the first fella to get that plea bargain. And I feel like the big reason of why fans are siding with Gunna is because since he was released, he's been on fire. He had FU Mean, which peaked at a number 4 on the Billboard Hot 100, a huge hit, then many hit songs from his second album after his release, One of One, such as One of One, On One Tonight, and Hakuna Matata. Now, even though some people are now clowning Gunna for putting out Get Ready With Me music, Instagram Reels music, it's working, whereas Thug's run has been a bit shaky. Anyways, back to Thug, it seemed like fans were getting tired, and unfortunately, he would continue with his stupid antics. On the 22nd of May, artist Kid Cudi would be subpoenaed to testify against Diddy about an alleged Molotov cocktail attack he carried out on his Porsche. Well, this is where Thug would step in and tweet, damn, subpoenaed to testify against Diddy about an alleged Molotov cocktail attack he carried out on his Porsche. Well, this is where Thug would step in and tweet, damn, Cudi a rap, which honestly felt like a breaking point for people on social media, because Thug got absolutely cooked for this. Young Thug almost 40 and still got the mindset of a child. Damn, Thug done beat a Rico and came out lame as hell. I'm telling you, son, we gotta start acknowledging the fact some fellas just on earth to hold black people back. I mean, there's a lot to break down about this situation. Firstly, well, Cudi isn't a street dude and has never acted like one. And second of all, he was subpoenaed, meaning he was called up to court and legally had to turn up to testify. Otherwise, they would have thrown him in jail. So with everything that we have covered so far, I think we can easily say most people are disappointed with Young Thug since his release
I had
from
some
jail.
copyright
it was
music
such a
playing,
big
some
moment.
free
The
copyright
legendary
music, by the
rapper
way.
facing life imprisonment, got off on probation, and is ready to make the craziest return to the rap game. Just for him to give a feature to Lil Baby, a 2021 verse on a Carti album, drop a generic song with Future, and put out stupid tweets. It's just disappointing. Personally, I thought the first day Thug got released, he was going to drop some crazy song which was going to go viral. Now I understand why he didn't. He's just been locked away for 2 years. He probably just wants to rest and see his family. And of course, with his parole terms, he has to be careful with what he says. So I get that. But it's been like 6 months now, and to be fair, he's about to drop his album Oi Scutty, which was actually supposed to drop in May but got pushed back. With some fans even believing it got pushed back because no one really cared about it.
Oi Scutty, his return album, his first album since coming home from jail, you know, that album that everyone was hyping up before it even existed, was supposed to come out this Friday. I bet some of you watching this video didn't know that. Nobody was talking about it. It wasn't a big deal. Everyone was acting like they didn't care. It just wasn't talked about because it felt like people didn't care. Now, Young Thug has pushed the album back to June, and I think that that is actually part of the reason as to why it's been pushed back.
And even though his album's not even released yet, it was already under attack after it was confirmed that 21 Savage was featuring on the project, which just had many fans thinking, oh great, another generic trap album with features from the same artists, Lil Baby, Future, and 21 Savage, which again isn't a terrible thing, but you know, with Thug, people were hoping for something experimental and out of the norm. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Let me know what you guys think. Are you excited for Thug's album? Personally, I'll check it out. I'm not like a crazy Young Thug fan. He's a bit before my time. Like, I've listened to his albums. I probably have like 20 or 30 songs liked by him on Spotify, but I'm not an avid fan of him compared to someone like Uzi or Carti. But again, that's due to my age. But another issue I think there is with Young Thug is like there's a lot of people who like the idea of Young Thug or just follow the hype of Thug because they know he's a respected figure, but only a minority of those people actually check out his music, if that makes sense. Like, everyone knows he's a super influential dude, so they just kind of have to like and respect him. I think just one of those situations where Thug's influence, name, and image is just bigger than his actual music. Like, he's still a huge artist that, you know, that can pull crazy numbers, but maybe just not as big as we think, because if we look at his album sales, he's never really reached the heights of someone like Lil Baby, Carti, Uzi. He's, you know, his highest selling album is 130,000. So yeah, let me know what you guys think. What do you think of Thug's run since he was released, and will you be checking out his album? And I even saw fans compare Young Boy's release from jail and how he did it pretty much perfectly, and it's what Thug should have done. Young Boy announced a huge nationwide arena tour, dropped a bunch of songs including features from Ye and Carti, obviously creating insane buzz around his name. Like, I don't even listen to Young Boy, but after I heard Alive with Carti and Ye, I checked out the other stuff he put out recently. I mean, Thug might do the same too. Maybe his album will be crazy, loads of hits, goes on a tour and takes over the game. We'll have to wait and see. Hope you guys enjoyed. Like, subscribe, comment, have a great day, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Even when it appears that Gunna finally grew a spine, Young Thug still manages to humiliate him.
Enough of Gunna and Young Thug.
The Rock Nation CEOs Jay-Z and Desiree Perez just woke up to the worst possible news ever. Both Jay-Z and Desiree Perez are currently involved in lawsuits with their children and or alleged children of theirs that's literally going to define their legacy. It's gonna make or break their careers. The allegations in these lawsuits are so insane and crazy that depending on the results, these people could be finished, done, cooked. Jay-Z on one hand is being accused of fathering a child called Ramir with a 15-year-old when he was in his 20s, and he's been dodging and ducking and avoiding a DNA test with Ramir like the plague for almost 5 years now. Taking this DNA test has literally been Jay-Z's worst nightmare. He's been avoiding it and ducking it, which is why the DNA these lawsuits are so insane and crazy that depending on the results, these people could be finished, done, cooked. Jay-Z on one hand is being accused of fathering a child called Ramir with a year-old when he was in his 20s, and he's been dodging and ducking and avoiding the DNA test with Ramir like the plague for almost 5 years now. Taking this DNA test has literally been Jay-Z's worst nightmare. He's been avoiding it and ducking it, which is why the update that took place in court today is gonna have Jay-Z up at night for a very long time. Desiree Perez, on the other hand, is being accused of being the CEO of Rock Nation, who deals and signs nothing but black artists. She's been accused of calling her daughter's husband the hard ER. To a lot of y'all, that's nothing. But to be the CEO of a label that deals with nothing but black artists, you're in for a world of trouble if that's proven in court that you did it. She's also being accused of weaponizing the police department to get the daughter's husband locked up multiple times because he's black and she don't like black folks, according to the daughter. She also utilized her connections to get the daughter institutionalized into a mental health hospital, even though she's never been mentally ill. And, you know, she put trackers on the daughter. She put spies to follow the daughter, hired a private investigator, bought a house across the street from the daughter to watch and stalk the daughter. So these are the accusations that she's currently enduring. Just like how Jay-Z been avoiding that DNA test like the plague, Desiree Perez has been avoiding deposition like the plague. She's been filing motion after motion after motion, telling the judge, yo, I'm a CEO, I'm very busy, I can't be deposed. This is very damaging to my public career. She also got a gag order on her daughter so the daughter can't speak publicly. So Desiree Perez, for some reason, is terrified, scared, having nightmares.
Hey, bro, I'm listening to this shit too. I'm like, hey, bro, I'm listening to this shit too. I'm like, when did this shit happen, bro? I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I was really thinking in my head, that's why I'm a righteous person, bro. I was chilling.
About being deposed and having that deposition leaked to the public. And she's been trying to hold it off for a while. Well, today, Desiree Perez and Jay-Z both woke up to court orders that are now going to require that they have to face their worst nightmares. But before they could even worry about the court orders that are going to force them to face their worst nightmares, their PR team alerted them that they had an even bigger problem on their hands.
I know Nicki
they had
was
a
part of
Nicki
that
Minaj
shit.
problem. See, Nicki Minaj woke up today with the objective.
One thing I will say, Nicki Minaj don't play. When she starts speaking, that bitch crazy, bro. Like, Nicki crazy. Damn, Jay-Z, and whatever that other whole name is, calling that man a hard R.
In mind to expose Jay-Z,
Nigga, I'm tripped out.
And that took place all on Twitter in front of everybody to see. Her tweets gained over 100 million impressions as she really aired out the things that Rock Nation, Desiree Perez, and Jay-Z don't want out. Nicki Minaj further magnifies something that Jay-Z don't really want to bring attention to, which is the fact that a judge has granted Ramir, this alleged son of Jay-Z, the request to move forward with his case. And the judge has demanded that Jay-Z responds to Ramir paternity lawsuit by July 18th.
I was 7. My mom had to sit down with me. I guess she thought I was old enough to know now, and she been saying Sean Carter, that's what she was calling him at first before she was calling it Jay-Z, and I really didn't know who that was because I was young, you know.
This is all I gotta say. You can't do this shit now, bro. That's a grown ass fucking black and mild smoking ass nigga. Like, know who you fucking bitch. Like, I hate people like that. Like, don't do that shit because that's that nigga now. Like, now, if he fucked you when you was 15, yes, that's crazy. That's highly insane. But this nigga, look at you, bro. You're fucking grown. You went through life. Sorry. You go out here like everybody else and work for it. If I'm being too mean, I'm sorry, y'all. But
my little brother, and I really wasn't worrying about it. She was saying it a lot, but I really, this was going along with the person I was just seeing, like the person I looked at who was taking care of me at that time. I really wasn't really trying to understand what my mom was talking about, but she constantly put it in my head like, son, it's not your father, and I really want you to know it is. This person is your father, and I just want you to know. She continued to tell me that over the years and over the years and over the years, even till I was grown. He never tried to contact me in any type of way, and that's all I'm asking is, like, 'cause I honestly really want the case to be over with. Like, I've been going through, just like I said, a lot, and as I said, I'm not chasing nobody. I'm not trying to do this.
nigga, you're grown now. Why the fuck does it matter? Get that shit out your head and go start you a fucking life with a family. No, they're forcing you to do that shit, you dumbass nigga.
To make somebody seem like a bad person, a bad father. I'm not trying to make nobody seem like a bad person or nothing. I'm just really coming out here for the truth. I don't want no money or anything. I wasn't looking for none of that. I just want to know the truth. And if I can't go to the courts and get the truth, like, what is it really? Why you? What is it? I just really want it over. It's something that's really affecting my life. And
Jay-Z has been avoiding.
Because even if that's your dad, what's gonna happen? He's not gonna love you. Sorry, I think he's not gonna give a fuck. Not trying to be rude. I'm just. What? Oh, Jay-Z's your dad. What, you gonna have to get back paying child support? Ooh, man, that shit whack, man.
His DNA test like the plague because Jay-Z is writing off Ramir and his family as cloud chasers and as liars, and they're people who are wasting his time. Now,
Bitcoin hit
for
an
me
all-time high.
specifically, my opinion on this changed once I seen a document from 2011 where they were trying to petition Jay-Z for a DNA test in 2011. These people were so serious or so confident that Jay-Z was the father of Ramir that they had to take away parental rights from the stepdad, like de-establish paternity, in order for them to go after Jay-Z, and they did it. Because at the time, I believe the stepfather was stepping in, you know, took like parental rights, took guardianship of the son. So because of that, the court is saying, yo, he already has a father. There's no legal avenue here for us to demand that Jay-Z step up. They took away those rights from the stepdad, Robert Graves, to make sure that Jay-Z can get served or they can go after Jay-Z. That's how serious these people are, bruh. Jay-Z's former artist, Oshino, he actually spoke to Ramir, and he actually received more information on this that have convinced Oshino that Jay-Z is the father.
Did you see, I think it's the girl like Tasha K? She got a joint Jay-Z son on there.
Oh, his alleged son?
No. If you talk to him personally, that's his son.
You think that's his son?
Yeah. You know what I think his son? First of all, Jay-Z offered him money. At first he offered him bread, like, and everything, but his aunt, this is like his caretaker didn't like approve of it. She said no. You know, Jay-Z got a lien on her house, all type of shit that was going on. Yeah, the lady put up paperwork and everything with his name on it and all that. I mean, but young boy's so thorough though. He don't like. He just want a dad. He not trying to get no money. He not trying to do none of that. I mean, that's why. So I told him when he called me 2 years ago. I said, listen.
That shit be bullshit, bruh. You had a nigga that was trying to be a father to you, bruh. You want that certain nigga to be your daddy. He don't want to be your daddy, bruh. Get over that shit, squares, nigga.
I don't want to be the one to tell your story because they're going to think I'm trying to catch rep off of it. So let me let you tell your story somewhere else first, I mean. Then I could talk about it. But he called me like 2 years ago telling me like, I mean, I said, oh, young boy. He's like, I just want a dad. I don't want no money. I'm already 18. I think he was like 20-something at the time. I mean, but something happened to him and I was like, yo, that sounds kind of weird. He said he was coming out from work, going to work, and it was a gun in his car. Like when he opened the door, he seen the gun. He said he went to go like call his man like, yo, did you leave a gun in my car? His man's like, no. He said, why you on the phone talking to his man? The cops pull up and lock him up. He said he told the cops, no, that's not my gun. He's like, so he went in the building he was in and they seen that somebody pulled up and put the guns in his car.
Oh.
And pulled off. I said, bro, I don't know nobody in the hood that got guns to just waste like that to do that. I don't know what. He's like, yeah, you know, so like Jay-Z had a gag order against him, like trying to get a gag order and trying to. If my thing is, if this is not my son, I'll just take a test, get over with.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that you did dodging and whatever, to me, I don't know. I think his mom was underage or something when he was born, so I think that's probably.
Oh.
I haven't seen the lien, the paperwork, or nothing in regards to Jay-Z offering a settlement to this kid. But if this is true, if this kid has paperwork, has proof that Jay-Z is offering a settlement, offering money to this kid to just go away so he don't have to establish paternity, if that's the case, you now ask yourself why. Well, the answer is obvious. Why? These two dudes are the answer. These two. Jay-Z have watched what happened with Diddy and watched what happened with R. Kelly. He watched the snowball effect. He watched once one thing comes out, that then leaves room for all your other skeletons to come out. And once everything starts snowballing, you can't stop it, and now the feds involved trying to get you in for something. So there's always been rumors surrounding Jay-Z with Foxy Brown that she wasn't of age. With Beyonce, she was allegedly not of age. So Jay-Z understands what's at stake here. The minute it got proven that Jay-Z is the father of Ramir and that this woman was not of age and Jay-Z was a fully grown man, once that gets outed, oh, the snowball effect. everyone of Jay-Z's skeleton is gonna come out. It's gonna be really bad. This is not like a thing that's exclusive to only Jay-Z. Bro, celebrities get called in all the time for DNA tests. I think it was like Drake or Yellow Beezy who rapped about it. Bro, Yellow Beezy said, man, listen, bro, I probably take at least like one a year. Drake has rapped about, bro, I have to do DNA tests for women I ain't never slept with. So this is just a thing. As a celebrity, you have to deal with this. So for one man to be avoiding one DNA test for what would appear to be 15 years is kind of sketchy. I don't have enough information to say that Jay-Z is involved here. But now a judge has forced Jay-Z to engage with the lawsuit, to respond to the lawsuit. And now when the lawsuit progresses, a tell-all sign for me would be if Jay-Z chooses to fight this lawsuit for a year instead of just giving his DNA sample to squash it. If Jay-Z chooses that route, that's everything I need to know. As for Desiree Perez, Nicki Minaj reposted a headline that confirmed that she's been called for a deposition in this Megan Thee Stallion case. So this hairstylist, cameraman revealed that Megan Thee Stallion did some horrible things to him. We'll do a full dive on this lawsuit in the future, but this lawsuit is terrible. Like, this dude alleged that Megan Thee Stallion was sleeping or having sex with dudes in front of him, like assaulting him, all type of stuff. So Desiree Perez has been called for deposition for this. Now, Desiree Perez, for some reason, is terrified of deposition. She's terrified of deposition in the lawsuit with her daughter. She's terrified of deposition in this lawsuit because in deposition, they're gonna ask you some things. They're gonna really ask you some things that are gonna reveal a lot of the answers that we've been looking for. So the headline reads, the judge granted a single deposition of Desiree Perez, but it is limited to 3 hours within the next 2 weeks. RN, which is a nickname for Desiree Perez, Desiree Perez is checking her calendar but says she should be available, but will let the court know if she can't make it. Desiree does not agree with the time frame and feel it's excessive and says she is a CEO with a busy schedule and want the deposition to be 2 hours. They said her involvement was minimal and the 3 hours is not appropriate. The judge said he didn't have enough information, so that request is denied. He, however, asked Emilio's counsel to conduct the deposition in a good manner and not harass Desiree Perez. Imagine the first question being at that deposition, hey, did you cooperate against the cartel? Imagine having the camera in her face and forcing her to say, yes, I cooperated against the cartel. You wore a wire, right? Yes, I wore a wire. And then get into the other questions regarding, Damari Hadley and other things. Nicki will also post to Instagram, wow, Rock Nation CEO Desiree Perez is allegedly abusive. Her daughter Damari claims her mother held her against her will and was punching her. This is so sad. This not the actions of a concerned mother. Hashtag justice for them. Hashtag justice for the Hadleys. She wouldn't be done with Jay-Z. She would then go back to Jay-Z and she would write, so let me get this straight. Yo, so-called black savior Jay-Z has a Hispanic CEO who was pardoned by President Trump. Interesting. So does that mean Desiree, get it? Desiree Rat, because she told on the cartel, allegedly, is it a Democrat? Black people, I thought y'all hate all Trump supporters. Wait, did Jay-Z ever campaign for Kamala? No, he didn't. He benefited so much from the party. When President Obama gave the speech about brothers, why didn't Jigga Man come out and strongly campaign for the Democratic Party at the time? Could it be that y'all have all been hoodwinked? LOL. Woo-wee. That was so kind of President Trump, and that was so kind of President Obama to passionately go out and campaign. But what did Mr. Jigga Man do to help y'all win the election? He's above speaking out to help his party, or was it not his party? Is it just who can benefit him and Desiree at the time? Oh, black people, it looks like the Jigga Man and Desiree played y'all once again. Laugh my A off. The jig is up. I think even Trump supporters got to sit back and think, she does make a good point. When it's time for Jay-Z to rally black folks, to rally behind whatever black for-profit business he has at the time, he goes against Republicans, he goes against Trump. It's always black power, black this. But then as soon as Jay-Z got that NFL partnership, as soon as Jay-Z got the gig for the NFL, oh, by the way, Jay-Z was who told everyone to boycott the NFL. When somebody else allegedly got the offer to be, in charge of the halftime show, Jay-Z told that person allegedly, do not take the job. We boycott it. Just for Jay-Z to backstab that person and take the same job. Right? But as soon as Jay-Z took that job, I haven't heard Jay-Z speak about Republicans or Trump since. It feels like Jay-Z is playing the long game, which you gotta respect. You can't hate on it, but she's right for calling it out. It feels like hypocrisy. It feels like a pimping of black pain. You utilize black folks to rally behind you when it's convenient, but when it's time for you to speak up, you don't. And regardless of if you are a Trump supporter or not, you do have to call out the hypocrisy. It's kind of like, I tell y'all, hey, bruh, hey, yo, fruit snacks is bad. Fruit snacks is bad. Fruit snacks is bad. And then y'all look up and y'all see me getting paid from fruit snacks, and now all of a sudden fruit snacks is great. Y'all will look at me as a sellout. Nicki Minaj also continued, and Nicki would accuse both Desiree and Jay-Z, and she would say, you've done so much evil to black people, now you've turned your back on your own as well, it seems. Don't you guys over there keep black artists fighting while you sit back and benefit from both parties? To be fair, that's not exclusive to Jay-Z. Nicki Minaj is part of Republic, that's UMG, and UMG do it the best, all right? I lie, Drake and Kendrick. So if you call it out Rock Nation, call out UMG too. But it continues, okay? So she says, if I had gotten a pardon from President Trump, imagine the uproar. Yet the Rock Nation CEO does it, and yup, you guessed it, silence. Black people, until you speak on this, you can never, ever, ever wonder how Desiree Rat thanked President Trump for that kind gesture. All right, LOL got a Hispanic woman allegedly calling her son-in-law a hard ER under the protection of y'all so-called black savior while y'all sat around making them rich. When y'all needed them most, they were silent though, huh? Chin up. She's making a good point. Now, it's all allegations so far. We don't know if she did indeed say the hard ER, but the daughter is just acting like she's asking for injunctive relief, which is, hey, yo, can y'all tell her to leave me alone? Can y'all tell her to stop bothering me? Can y'all tell her to stop harassing me? If that's what you're looking for in this lawsuit, then I don't necessarily think you have a reason to lie. Because if all you're asking is, hey, me and my husband was living a good life, we're living a life, but because my mom don't like my husband, she's using the power she has to harass me and my husband, can y'all get her to stop? If that's essentially what she's asking for, then, bruh, I have to kind of lean towards maybe she's telling the truth. And I think Jay-Z kind of need to take this seriously, right? If I'm Jay-Z, hey, bruh, you go on administrative leave, you go on suspension until we figure out what's going on. But there's rumors that Jay-Z don't even have that power because Desiree Perez owns a large portion of Rock Nation. Like, Desiree Perez is a co-founder of Rock Nation. So Jay-Z can't even like kick her out even if he wants to. But y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this, man? Do y'all believe, one, that Jay-Z got that woman pregnant when she wasn't of age? And do y'all believe that Desiree Perez, man, is actually a low-key abuser? Let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think? And if you're still watching, click on this video here somewhere on my screen, somewhere here.
I don't know what I think. I don't trust him. Why the hell did this
Welcome back to the 4 Extra series. We're about 5 videos in right now. This series is so dynamic, it will blow your mind. In previous videos, we discussed how 4 Extra blew his hands off playing with fireworks on July 4th, a very horrific incident that left him partially blind. Now, from this situation came a lot of good and a lot of bad. In this video, we'll be discussing this new beef that has arisen from this incident. This beef has potential to get really bad and really nasty because both these dudes are really official. But before we touch on the drama and the tension, let's actually get some positivity in this video and address some positive things that have came so we could beat the Drama Slop channel accusations. Because, you know, we're just here trying to discuss what's going on, man. We're not looking for no trouble. Kevin Gates showed up to the hospital to see 4Extra, and he really lifted up the spirits, man. You could see everybody went from being really sad, like really down and out, man, to like, yo, when Kevin Gates walked in, everybody is upbeat. Even 4Extra became lively. They're having a conversation. 4Extra started a GoFundMe that has raised $9,000. The goal is $30,000 for his hospital bills and hospital expenses. If you got a giving heart, man, you can go over to 4Extra page and donate if you want to, man. Adam22 donated $1,000 to 4Extra. Now, for some reason, I don't know why, people on social media is talking about Adam's donation as if it's nothing, as if $1,000 is no money, as if $1,000 is something to sneeze at. But people believe that Adam should have gave more. Bro, it's $1,000, man. That's 1/30 of the donation goal. Honestly, I think it's up to 4Extra. If 4Extra believes that that's enough from his friend, then that's enough. Like who are you guys to say it's not enough if 4Extra is okay with the amount? But let's get to why a lot of you guys click on this video, because a lot of y'all are drama perverts. All right, it's the drama. It's the beef, the new beef that has arisen from the situation. The captain of the B team, Munchie B, the Inglewood family blood, is in some really hot water for his comments he made about the 4Extra incident. This might be anticlimactic for a lot of you guys, but he didn't overly diss. He didn't get too disrespectful, but he made some jokes towards 4Extra. He was very comedic with how he addressed the 4Extra situation. But right now, it's very sensitive. And 4Extra's homies, they not playing around. They not trying to hear out nobody joking about 4Extra. So these comments by Munchie B is got a lot of people tripping. A lot of people is upset. Is it too soon? Probably. Is it probably not wise? Yeah, because karma exists, and you don't ever want to make fun of somebody who's in this situation because you could be in it the following day. But when it comes to ops and when it comes to LA and gangbanging, bro, these beefs and rivalries are so deep and got such a history that honestly, it's hard to really judge it, right? You gotta really say, listen, man, if you truly despise somebody or truly hate somebody, can somebody tell you that you being happy that they're going through something that you're wrong for it? No, because I don't know what they did to you to make you hate them. Now, the last public feud between Munchie B and 4Extra actually came when 4Extra and 607 Unc was doing an interview. And Munchie B was really upset that 4Extra brought him up in a manner as if he was a buster. Because when 607 Unc did something to 4Extra that he didn't like, 4Extra said, "You're not gonna play with me. I'm not Munchie B enough." As if Munchie B was somebody to play with, and Munchie B took that as disrespectful.
You did tell, you done broke up to none of it. We just told your ass right now. So I'm gonna stop you right out.
I said 6-0s, ask your little homie.
Don't say no 6-0, no nothing. Bring up none of my homies, cause nigga, you gonna get socked out on here.
My bad,
This ain't no Munchie B or the what's it, whoever the on 40s, I will sock you out of here.
As of recently, 4Extra did mention Munchie B's name first. Does that make what Munchie B said right? Probably not. But am I somebody to tell Munchie B that he can't say this if he feels like he's being provoked? No, I'm not gonna say he can say it, right? If they ops, I'm not about to tell somebody to wish they op well. That's dumb of me. Now, Munchie B, like, when I really observe it, it feels like Munchie B is really annoyed because he feels like people apply different rules to him that they apply to 4Extra. Like, for example, like 4Extra is saying he's not Munchie B because people were calling Munchie B all type of names and busters because Munchie B gave 607 Unc a pass when 607 Unc said a word that's used as a derogatory term for bloods, and Munchie B is a blood. However, Munchie B will pull up an example where he will say that, that 4Extra gave Adam a pass when Adam said a derogatory term, in reference to his particular gang, and nobody batted an eye, and nobody talked about 4Extra how they talked about Munchie B.
You flaming before?
Who you?
Before all this?
Oh, before this? You talking about before, what's the name?
Before the controversy? We called it
Yeah. You said you called it what? What'd you just say?
gate. Like the gate just means like anything controversial involving the
All right, that's when Adam said nap twice. Not once, but twice. And he responded just the way I did. What? What? Man, hey, look, bro. They need to miss me with the BS, bro. And it's crazy. This dude Wack be glazing. Somebody please buy Wack a pony so he can stop riding this dude. He be Wack shoot shots at me. And
God damn it.
about he shoot shots at me. And four extras had the same shit going on as I got going on.
What the fuck?
This dude said nap twice. The weirdo said slob twice. You said something about me getting shot by my homies. I guess that make me a buster. I'ma say it cause it's public record. 4 extras got shot by one of his homies. You say, oh, I'm a snitch or something because of the gang prevention intervention thing. Working with Skip. 4 extras working with Skip. I'm like, damn, is he scared of this dude or something? Like, why is he glazing? Why is he glazing so much, bro? What? You think it was a good idea for somebody that never touched $50,000 before to turn down a fade with somebody he called a smoker, and he just came from the county jail for catching fades for free? I know he ain't touched 50,000 because I read his case, bro. He had a burglary and it was a couple $100 inside the tax place when it was closed and two Android phones, bro. He ain't touching no money. So he clearly didn't want to fight because he didn't want to get embarrassed.
I'm not a gangbanger, but I do believe like this expectation for someone to crash out every time a word is said, to me is crazy, bro. Like, I'm a black man. If a white person called me the hard ER at Walmart, bro, what am I gonna do? Crash out right then and there, or else I'm a punk? If somebody called me the N-word, I don't know, at church or at my job or on a podcast, am I supposed to get up and crash out? No, bro. When you let words control you, you become a Neanderthal. So no, I don't believe that Munchie B nor 4 Extra should have crashed out because a word was. 4 Extra homies watching this, they were already upset, right? You made a joke about the homie. You're bringing the homie up in his time of unfortunate news. But I feel like it's this next part that really pissed off a lot of people, especially people close to 4 Extra, because Munchie B is now telling 4 Extra, hey, listen, man, losing that hand ain't no excuse, homie, right? You was turned up and asking for face before you lost the hand. You better be turning up and asking for face after you lose the hand, or else respect lost.
And what I gotta say to that, I hope you keep the same energy. Hand or no hand, you know what I'm saying? Because it's 40 crip till you die, not till your hand get blown off, you know what I'm saying? So keep the same energy. Because I do it. So I don't want to hear all the BS, you know what I'm saying? I got shot, fucked up my vision. Guess what? Still outside. Still outside. Still B-teaming, podcasting, making music, doing whatever I want to do. I got the same energy from before I got shot to right now. So as far as 4 extras,
I don't think
you won't be having no more rings on that finger. That all that banging on the table, that shit over with. Let you do it with your left. But keep the same energy. If not, respect lost. You know what I'm saying?
4 Extra has built up the persona of he's indestructible. He's literally Thanos, the Hulk. But he's still human, bro. And I think even though he has caught 10 face back-to-back, then went upstairs afterwards and caught 9 face back-to-back, I feel like it's a tad bit unreasonable to expect that man to still be calling out face, to still be trying to fight everybody after losing a hand, bro. And I feel like how most people took it, it felt like Munchie B, now I'm not trying to instigate, but it felt like Munchie B telling him, yeah, hey, keep that same energy, we not done with you. That's how I feel like a lot of people took it. Like, hey, bro, we not giving you sympathy because you lost your hand. Stay on your P's and Q's and keep that same energy. Because 4 Extra homies will respond back to Munchie B, and this is what they had to say. Now, the homie that's responding back to Munchie B, his name is Baby Runner.
Man, I got my young bro, man. I got my little homie, cuz, Baby Runner on the phone, cuz. You know what I'm saying?
Fuck is Baby Runner?
Yeah, man. Man, y'all, hey, BR, 40.
What's up, bro?
Man, this young Hefe, man.
What's the deal? What's the deal? What's the word? What's the word, runner?
Nice to meet you, bro.
All right, nice to meet you as well, Foley.
So, yeah, man, I've been trying to call, you know what I'm saying, Munchie, man. He ain't been answering the phone, so, you know what I'm saying, it's a situation, man, about, you know what I'm saying, about you know, his comments he said on that interview.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? I
just
wish he
seen
answered
that
the phone.
shit.
Yeah.
But
But there
yeah,
y'all go, man.
Man, that shit is weird ball shit, bro. Like, at the end of the day, my nigga, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't here to be, I'm not even here to be, you know, to be all super disrespectful about a nigga or whatever, cause I get cracking, bro. I'm not even on that. I got a short fuse, bro. Keep it a buck. I don't got the energy to be going back and forth with a nigga. But I'm just saying that, damn, cuz the homie going through what, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, we keep it in the streets, bro. It's like, but all the street niggas that's got something to say, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like I don't understand this shit with Munchie, because like, bro, yeah, okay, so you saying this about cuz you making a joke. Okay, both you saying disabled. If y'all both, nigga, y'all could get down now, right?
First off, heck no. Munchie, you my guy. Don't get tricked out of your position, homie. Baby Runner proposing a fight between 4 Extra and Munchie B and claiming that it's completely equal now is crazy. First off, Munchie B is blind, 100% blind. He can't see. 4 Extra has one hand and Munchie B has 2 hands. Well, 4 Extra has vision. 4 Extra still has the left hand. He can still punch with the left hand, okay? If 4 Extra is the fighter that I think he is, he should be ambidextrous or whatever it's called. Right? If he done caught enough county phase, he should know how to throw that left punch. You feel me? He should. My only advice to you, 4 Extra, when you throw the left, it's very easy to throw. No, you gotta straight. You feel me? You gotta jab. When you jab, you gotta turn it. You feel me? So shout out to Baby Runner. I mean, thank you for proposing peace, but that's not fair at all. 4 Extra, even if he only has his left hand, he has his eyesight, right? The eyesight is the 100% advantage in this situation, and it's not even close. I don't care how strong you are. If you blind, you have no chance in a fist fight, especially in a street fight where there's nothing but space and opportunity.
Funny you said that, cause right, look, I was looking at the content that I just seen that this morning that Munchie put out there, and I was kind of looking. I'm like, damn, bro. I'm like, damn, why you going in public like that? You know what I'm saying? Then I did take that stance too. I was like, shit. Well, since you know you is pointing out that he disabled now, and then you know your little situation to make you disabled, so it was funny because I did have that little thought on my mind, just like on some little joke shit though. But like, I don't know why shit. I mean, you know, I don't know. I can't say what's on the
And
nigga
now,
mind.
and on some real nigga shit, yeah, homies, bro. Nigga, is it if we keeping it to the script, bro, is it cool for a nigga to sit up there, somebody come through the hood, smack a homie, right? Or something like that shit. Or smack a homie or something like that, bro. Like, nigga, and y'all didn't do it. Is that gangbanging to be like, oh yeah, nigga, oh your homie got killed? Like, y'all didn't even do it. Like, you talking about an injury that the homie got that you didn't even do, bro. You feel me? You celebrating it. You celebrating it like y'all niggas came through or something. You feel me?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, nigga.
Like, that shit is weird behavior, bro. Come on.
No, yeah, nigga definitely ain't with that, and I think anybody will feel that type of way, you know what I'm saying, when niggas like floss fag and like, you know, a nigga homie get knocked down or something happen, even shot, whatever. Let's just not say like that, nigga get shot.
I guess the best way to figure out if Munchie B's actions are appropriate is to think to yourself, if Munchie B would have blown his hands out, will 4 Extra come on the internet to mock Munchie B? I'll be real. I think 4 Extra would have himself a time in that interview with Adam. Are appropriate is to think to yourself, if Munchie B would have blown his hands out, will 4 Extra come on the internet to mock Munchie B? I'll be real. I think 4 Extra would have himself a time in that interview with Adam talking about Munchie B if Munchie B blasted off his hands, okay? So I think it's all fair in love and war, but y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think, man? Are you guys okay with Munchie B making fun of 4 Extra Do y'all believe that a Munchie B and 4 Extra fade will be fair? 4 Extra has, 1.5 hands now, but Munchie B is blind. Let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think, man? And if you're still watching, click on this video here somewhere.
Today, we're going to look at 3 stories about 3 normal people who at some point made decisions that at the time...
Y'all know that about Mr. Ball.
One afternoon in 2009, a 38-year-old man was sitting inside of a manga cafe in Seoul, South Korea. So a manga cafe is a lot like a normal cafe. You can go inside and buy snacks or drinks and socialize, do whatever. But also, in manga cafes like this one, they have these big in-store libraries that contain manga. And manga are like comic books. Now, this man did not have a lot of money. And so when he went inside of this cafe, he didn't buy any drinks or food. He just went up to the in-store library, grabbed an edition of his favorite manga series, and just sat down and began to read. Now, this man had read this particular series multiple times. He just kept coming back to it because he thought it was like the best manga you could possibly read. Now, a lot of people actually didn't know what to make of this particular series. It was actually kind of controversial because it was so over-the-top violent, like well beyond any other series. But to this man, that sort of made it stand out. It made it sort of special, and he loved it. In fact, it was so crazy, this series, that every time he read it, it allowed him to sort of leave his life for a second and just totally escape into this wild, violent story. And right now, in this man's life, he really needed that escape because his real life was pretty terrible. He had spent practically his whole life studying and working to try to become a professional writer and director. But in Seoul, the entertainment industry was pretty unpredictable. And so this man had successfully landed a couple of jobs here and there, doing some writing and, doing some directing, but they were small gigs and they typically fizzled out at some point. And so over and over again, like right now in this man's life, he found himself back in the same position he always was in, which was unemployed. At the moment, this man lived with his mother and his grandmother. But even though all 3 of them were pooling their resources, they still struggled to just pay for rent. In fact, recently, the man had to sell his laptop, the thing he used for all of his writing. It was like how he was gonna eventually crack a career in entertainment for real. He had to sell that just so that they wouldn't get evicted. And if that wasn't bad enough, the man had also begun taking out all these short-term loans with high interest rates just to pay for basic needs. Forget rent, like just food and basic necessities he was taking out loans for, but he had no way to pay them back. And so the debt was just piling up nonstop. And so for this man, the stress was like unbearable. And the only way he could find to even begin to cope with it was to escape into his manga books. And even though he knew that didn't solve his problems, he didn't care. It was like, life is so bad, at least briefly, I can read manga and escape. And so that's what he was doing today. And so he took his favorite manga booth, he sat back inside of the booth, and just allowed himself to get sucked into the story for the 20th time. He's read this thing multiple times. And so as he was reading this manga book, he suddenly has this epiphany. Now, this man all the time came up with various story ideas that maybe he could write and would be the next big thing for him. But for some reason it was like, wait a minute, what if I write a story that's sort of, loosely based or at least inspired by my favorite piece of writing, this manga series? Like, wait a minute, I think I have a really good idea that sort of transcends any other idea I've ever had. And the more he thought about it, the more he realized there were other elements of his life that he could sort of attach to this story that's sort of beginning with this concept that came from this manga series. And so before long, he had put the manga book aside, got a pen and some paper, and just began writing down some ideas, general ideas for this new story he was gonna try to write. And for hours and hours, he sat in the booth just writing like crazy. And by the time the cafe was closing, he had this amazing outline of a whole world, this whole story he was gonna write. And he just knew this was the one. This was the thing that was gonna break him out of poverty and officially make him a successful writer. Several months later, this man had transformed that amazing outline into a fully realized project. And then he went out to try to sell it. And he's thinking, everybody's gonna want this thing. This is like an iconic, unique piece of IP. People are gonna be clamoring to buy this. But what he found very quickly is every buyer he went to hated it. They told him, this is simply too weird and way too violent. Like, this is well beyond what's reasonable. This is not something anybody's gonna want. Like, you will not have an audience for this. And the man was sort of crushed, because to him, it was so clear. This is an amazing idea. This story is so good. People that have experienced real poverty, who understand the lengths that people will go to make money when they are desperate, they'll relate to this. Like, there's a huge audience for this. But the buyers, they didn't see it that way. And so for the next 10 years, this guy kept trying to sell this story. I mean, he really genuinely believed in it, and he figured someone's gonna take a chance on this. They have to. It's too good. But for 10 years, everybody just kept saying, no, it's not good enough. No one wants this. But then, sort of out of left field, 10 years later, a major production studio actually said, you know what? This looks pretty good. We will buy it. This man's story was converted into a TV show, and it premiered in 2021. 12 years after the man originally conceptualized of the story inside of that manga cafe. And when this TV show aired, it was basically a global phenomenon overnight. It became the most talked about show anywhere in every corner of the internet pretty much immediately. It also made the production company that bought this story $900 million. And the man who actually wrote the story, he also got paid very well, and he won an Emmy. The manga series that this man read that sort of inspired all of this to happen was called Battle Royale. And in this series, these students are forced to fight to the death by a fascist government. And so what this man did is he combined that concept, fighting to the death, with something that he himself was dealing with in his own life, which was poverty. And he knew firsthand, the lengths he was willing to go just to make a little bit of money to make ends meet. And he knew other people who, were dealing with poverty were also sort of desperate. And they would go to great lengths just to make ends meet. And he said, okay, let's marry those two concepts. Poor people who were fighting to the death for money. The writer's name was Hwang Dong-hyuk, and the name of this TV series was Squid Game.
Damn, stay down story.
As many of you may know, aside from telling stories on this YouTube channel, I also tell stories on my podcast, the Mr. Ballin Podcast, Strange, Dark, and Mysterious Stories. But that's not all. In addition to that podcast, under the Ballin Studios umbrella, there is a whole host of other podcasts that you can binge right now. Right now, enjoy. One day in the summer of 1953, a 30-year-old man named Sam Phillips was cleaning up his recording studio, which was located in a fast-growing city known for their vibrant music scene. Sam had just finished recording a church choir, and now he was getting ready for his next client. And so he was resetting all the equipment and cleaning up. But Sam didn't actually know who his next client would be or when they'd show up. Because Sam's recording studio was pretty unique. Because he was always on the hunt for new talent to sign, he had opened up his studio to anybody who wanted to come in at any time. All they had to do was show up, give him $4, and they could be recorded professionally. This did mean that a lot of times his clients were not very talented, but he felt like it gave him the biggest opportunity to cast the widest net to potentially find his next big star. So that day, Sam finished cleaning up the studio and resetting everything, and then Sam just sat down and waited, hoping that, another client would come through the door. And eventually, another client did. This young kid, he was 18 years old, he came strolling inside, he had a guitar slung over his shoulder. Sam had never seen him before, and right away he could tell the kid was pretty shy. The guy came up to him and he just said, hey, I work as a truck driver, but I love to sing, I love to play the guitar as a hobby, and I just wanted to come in here and, record a couple of ballads for my mom. And so Sam, again, he took all kinds. He's like, absolutely. Give me $4 and we can record these ballads. And so the kid handed over $4 and he went into the booth and Sam's like, all right, you're on. And Sam basically expected this kid to do what most other clients of his did, which was, they'd begin playing and be sort of like not that good at their instrument and they'd sing off key and, Sam just kind of sitting there listening to this terrible music, just waiting for it to end. But with this kid, it was different. Once he began strumming his guitar and singing, it was like he totally broke out of his shell. I mean, he was, at first glance, a very shy, sort of reserved guy, but in the booth, he was electric. He was amazing. And so Sam sat there listening to this kid record his ballads and was just so blown away by how talented he was. And then when it was all done, the kid said thank you. He took his recordings with him and he left. And then once he was gone, Sam just made a point to make a note about this kid that just said, good ballad singer, save. Basically, remember this guy because I think he's gonna be something special. About a year later, in 1954, Sam was back in his recording studio and he was working with another client. It was this band and they were trying to record some songs. But as they were playing, they decided that they were really lacking another vocalist to round out the sound. And so they asked Sam, like, hey, do you know anybody? Sam's studio manager, who was in the room and overheard the request, immediately chimed in and said, hey, Sam, what about that 18-year-old ballad singer from last year? He was great. Maybe he could be the vocalist. And so Sam was like, yeah, I'll give him a call. So he called this young man and he was like, yeah, I'll jump in there and record some vocals. That'd be great. So the young kid, the truck driving, beautiful ballad singing kid came back to the studio. He hopped in the booth with this band and they began playing together and they sounded terrible. Now, the young man was still very much a great singer. Like Sam could clearly hear his voice cutting through all the noise, but it was like the kid and the band had no chemistry. I mean, they just met each other, so it's not that surprising. And the music that the band was trying to play just didn't really line up well with this kid's vocals, and so it just wasn't working. And so Sam clearly could see that. He couldn't really tell if the band or this kid could see that, and so he said, hey guys, for right now, just take a quick break. And so Sam ended the recording, and the band and the kid, they left to go get a drink, and Sam left the booth and went into the control room, which is basically right next door, but does not have a line of sight into the booth. And he was just in there to sort of collect his thoughts and just kind of reset for a second. But then at some point, he hears the sound of music being played back in the booth where he'd just come from. Except the music was different. It was really upbeat, it was fast, it was loud, and Sam could clearly hear the sound of that kid, the truck driver, the amazing ballad singer. He was just going to town, like he was singing at the top of his lungs, and it just really sounded like something was going on in there. And so Sam left the control room, ran into the booth, and he goes in there, and when he got in there, he saw the band and this kid just totally rocking out. It was like they suddenly had amazing chemistry. The kid, the truck driver, the amazing ballad singer is jumping all over the booth. I mean, he's totally into the song. And the band very clearly was sort of following the kid's lead. They were basically playing music to match the kid's energy. And Sam is watching this and listening to this, and he's thinking, I have never heard music sound like this before. Like, this is a new type of music that I'm witnessing. I mean, it gave him goosebumps. He couldn't believe it. Like, this is a brand new thing. The sound was sort of a cross between blues and rock and roll. It was a little bit too fast for blues and too slow for rock and roll, but it was something really unique. And all Sam could think as he's watching this happen and as he's listening to this is the kid, the truck driver, the ballad singer. He's the star. It's so obvious. Like, this is coming into being because of him. That's the person I've been looking for. That's the star that I've been trying to sign ever since I started this recording studio. And so that very night, Sam and this band helped the kid record his first ever single, which was called That's All Right. And once that song hit the airwaves, that kid did become a star, practically overnight. He catapulted into music fame that few ever achieve. He literally would become one of the most famous musicians to have ever lived. Sam's studio was called Sun Records, and it was located in Memphis, Tennessee. And the young kid, the truck driver who sang amazing ballads, was none other than Elvis Presley. On the evening of March 31st, 2012, A 40-year-old man named Justin was standing in the corner of a boxing ring inside of a convention center in Ottawa, Canada. He could hear the screams of hundreds of fans in the stands all around him, and he knew thousands more were watching him on TV. And Justin was pretty nervous, because this was not only the most important boxing match of his whole career, but it was also his very first boxing match of his career. His reputation and his future were riding on the outcome of this match, and Justin knew he was massively the underdog. Justin looked across the ring at the other corner, and he locked eyes just for a second with his opponent, whose name was Brass Knuckles Brazeau. He had served in the Canadian military, he had a black belt in karate, and he was notorious for packing an insanely strong punch. Hence the name, Brass Knuckles Brazeau. And pretty much everybody who had been following this fight up to this point didn't just think, oh, Brass Knuckles is gonna beat Justin. No, the thought was, Brass Knuckles is going to destroy Justin. And not just because Brass Knuckles has a reputation for a strong punch, but because Justin had a reputation for being totally soft and pampered and just not somebody at all that was viewed as being tough. I mean, the idea that he was even in the ring at all, about to, fight anyone, was a huge shock. I mean, Justin didn't seem like the type who could win any fight, let alone against this guy. And in fact, as soon as Justin had even entered the ring, the announcers, who were trying a little bit to stay neutral, couldn't help but begin making fun of Justin. They even quickly nicknamed him the Shiny Pony as soon as he came into the ring. Like, they couldn't even stop themselves from being like, who is this guy? Like, he's going up against Brass Knuckles. Like, there's no way he wins. But what nobody knew was that Shiny Pony had actually been training really hard for this match for months and months. And he felt like, despite what people thought of him, given the fact that he's nicknamed Shiny Pony here, despite his reputation, he felt inside like he was just as tough as Brass Knuckles, and he did stand a chance here. So, when the bell rang for the first round, Shiny Pony got up, and he charged across the ring and immediately just started swinging at Brass Knuckles. And none of them landed. Brass Knuckles avoided every punch and just managed to counter and destroy Justin pretty much immediately. I mean, he was pummeling the crap out of Shiny Pony, and the announcers are like, oh my God, he's getting mauled. But they knew it was coming. They were kind of laughing as they were saying it. And like Justin, he knows he's getting destroyed. He's not even trying to throw punches at this point. He's just trying to stay on his feet. And at some point, Brass Knuckles really squared him up and hit him right in the jaw with one of his famous right hooks. And Justin's like about to fall over, and right at that moment, the bell rings again, the round ends, and somehow, Shiny Pony's still on his feet, but barely, but he survived the round. And so Shiny Pony kind of stumbles his way back over to his corner, and Brass Knuckles, very calmly and casually, walks to his, barely affected by that round. And so for the next several seconds that the two men were sitting in their corners, Brass Knuckles is basically just relaxing until the next round starts. But over in Shiny Pony's corner, like, the medic is working on his face because he's bleeding everywhere, and, Justin's coach is telling him, oh, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. But for Justin, it was like he'd gotten so smashed during this round, he could barely even think. But despite all the noise and the chaos, all he could think in his head was, I can't give up. They think I'm that guy that's gonna get pummeled and beat, and no one's gonna ever let me live this down. I have to go into this next round with reckless abandon. I have to find a way to just stay in the fight. I have to go all in. And so the bell rang again, and Justin, the Shiny Pony, gets up, and again, he goes across the ring over to Brass Knuckles, except this time, when he starts throwing punches, they land. And surprisingly, it was like every single punch he threw, it was rocking back Brass Knuckles. He was taking hit after hit, and Justin knew, like, this is working. And Justin, like, he can't believe it, but he's just riding it out, like hitting him as hard as he can over and over. And the announcers, they don't even know what to make of it. Like, the Shiny Pony is coming out here, being the Rumble Pony here, just destroying Brass Knuckles. And so when the bell finally rang after round 2, it was Brass Knuckles who was barely on his feet, stumbling back to his corner, and it was Shiny Pony, who was, winded, but totally fine. And he went back to his corner, and it was like everybody was in shock. Like, wait a minute, now it's 1-1? Like, this guy's supposed to be a coward, a weakling. Like, how did he do that? And so this time, in the few seconds between rounds 2 and 3, Shiny Pony is in his corner, and he's looking across the ring, and he's staring at Brass Knuckles. And Brass Knuckles was kind of like averting his gaze. He looked totally gassed. He looked scared, like he couldn't believe he was potentially about to lose to the shiny pony. And for Justin the shiny pony, that was all the motivation he needed. He knew mentally he had an edge in his opponent. And so when that bell rang for the third round, Justin got up and he went over there to Brass Knuckles and just pummeled him, just over and over, blasting him in the face. And eventually he struck Brass Knuckles in the nose hard enough that his nose kind of exploded and began bleeding everywhere. And the ref actually had to step in and separate them. And even though, both men actually were down to keep on fighting, the ref said, nope, this is too much. And he ended the fight. It was a technical knockout, and Shiny Pony had won. Now, as much as this victory was huge for Justin, the truth was, Justin was not trying to become a professional boxer or really be in the boxing world in any capacity. This was actually just a charity match. And, Brass Knuckles Brazeau also was not a professional boxer. These two had just simply come together to have this match in order to raise money for charity. But Justin had another goal. He knew that his reputation in Canada was of being this sort of soft, pampered, weak guy. And he thought, if I can just get in the ring with a really formidable opponent in Brass Knuckles Brazeau and hold my own and maybe even beat Brass Knuckles in this fight, even though it's for charity, if I can do that, that could potentially sway the public's opinion about me. He was hoping that this fight could basically transform his image and people would see him as, tough and a serious leader. And that is exactly what happened. After this fight, when he won the fight out of left field, nobody could believe it. It was like he was the talk of Canada for a little while there. They're like, oh, look, Justin the Shiny Pony is actually, a little more serious than we thought he was. He's a pretty tough guy. And so Justin would use that momentum from the fight to eventually land the one thing he wanted more than anything else. He would get elected as the Prime Minister of Canada. The Shiny Pony's full name was Justin Trudeau. Now, I know what you've all been wondering. Where the heck is Seagull Lung? And what's he up? And this one, it's recognizing one of my favorite movies. The one, celebrating the 4th of July. We also have this nifty bucket hat. We have koozies, okay? Probably gonna get sued. I think there's a pretty good chance.
It feels wrong. Deja vu is that weird, fleeting feeling that you've lived through a moment before. We've all experienced it. Most people brush it off as a brain glitch or a coincidence, but sometimes it feels wrong, like reality is repeating itself in ways it shouldn't. These are 4 allegedly true stories of deja vu that didn't fade away, but rather they spiraled into something terrifying. I don't usually talk about this with people because of how insane it sounds, but something happened to me back in 2017 that made me question not just my sanity, but the structure of reality itself. I was living in a pretty dingy apartment complex in central New Jersey, a 3-story brick building that probably hadn't been renovated since the late 80s. The kind of place where the hallway lights buzzed faintly and every door had chipped paint and mismatched locks. I lived there with my roommate Nick, who worked security night shifts for a warehouse just outside of town. Most nights I had the place to myself. It was a Thursday night in early February when I came home a little later than usual. I remember walking up the stairs and getting hit with a smell I hadn't smelled in years. Burned rubber mixed with some kind of citrus cleaner. That smell triggered something in me. This strange and sudden memory that felt like it belonged to someone else. As I walked down the hallway, the feeling of deja vu hit me like a sledgehammer. Not just a flash of familiarity, but an overwhelming sensation that I had lived this exact moment before, in precise, granular detail. I stopped about 5 feet from my door and froze. I knew what was going to happen next. The light above me would flicker twice. A woman from downstairs would yell something muffled and then laugh. Then, at the far end of the hallway, something heavy would fall. A dull, metallic thud. And it happened in that exact order, exactly as I knew it would. I remember standing there, not even scared yet, just confused. I thought maybe I had dreamed it, but then it happened again the next night. This time I was watching TV, eating leftover Chinese food, and suddenly I knew the scene that was going to play before it happened. The lines of dialogue, the background noise, even the timing of a phone buzz from my nightstand. Over the next 5 days, These moments became more frequent. I began writing them down, testing myself, and every time I was correct. I knew things I couldn't have known, like the exact time Nick would text me, or the moment a neighbor's dog would start barking. But they weren't memories. They were reminders of something I hadn't lived yet. That's when the dreams started. I dreamed I was lying in bed and the door opened. Nick walked in pale and dripping sweat and said, "There's someone in the building." His voice sounded wrong, like too flat, like it was being played from a recording. I asked who, and he just stared at me. That dream played every night, but the final night, it wasn't a dream. At 3:12 a.m., my door opened, and Nick was standing there, saying the exact same words. I followed him into the hallway with a bat in hand. He pointed toward the stairwell. There was no one, but something felt off. The shadows didn't move the way they should. We called the police. Nothing. I told Nick about the dreams, and he just stared at me and said, "I've been having them too." Neither of us said anything else. The deja vu ended that night, but ever since then, I sometimes catch the flicker of something. A memory, a sense, a noise, and I wonder if I'm about to remember something before it happens again. Because if that door opens again and I hear those words, I don't know if I'll be able to follow this time. I've started to question if what we think of as a memory is really just our brain accessing timelines stacked atop one another, like layers of old wallpaper, each layer faintly bleeding into the next. Sometimes I think the hallway itself is some kind of weak point, a seam between two versions of reality. I moved out 6 months after that night, and I've driven past that building more than once, and each time, I swear, I feel a tug, like my body wants to stop and go in. Part of me still believes there's something waiting at the end of that hallway. Not a person or a ghost, just a decision I haven't made in this version of my life. And every time I think about it, I feel like I'm closer to making it.
What the fuck?
My name is Ryan. This happened 3 years ago when I was 17 and my brother Chris was 19. We live in a small town surrounded by woods. Not much happens here, so kids like us get bored pretty easily. There's a trail near our house that leads into the forest. It goes on for miles. People say there are old buildings and weird stuff hidden deep in the trees, and we always talked about going to explore it, but never did, until one weekend in October. We had nothing to do, and Chris said we should finally check out the house he heard about from other kids at school. It was a cool, cloudy day. The leaves were all changing colors, so it was a nice scenic walk actually. We packed water and flashlights, told our mom we were going hiking, and left around 3 in the afternoon. The sun sets early in October, so we figured we had maybe 2 hours to go and get back. The walk started out normal. It's not like I hadn't hiked in these woods before, but after maybe 10 minutes, I started to feel weird. It felt like I had walked this specific trail before, like I remembered this specific walk and conversation with my brother. Even when we found a broken fence post on the trail, I felt like I remembered that exact moment. But I had never been down this trail before, I was sure of it. Chris was ahead of me, talking about something random, but I didn't really hear him at this point. I kept looking around, and everything felt too familiar. I knew there would be a thick tree with a big hole in it near the side of the trail, and 5 minutes later, we passed it. I didn't say anything out loud, like I've experienced deja vu before. This time, it just felt weirdly more intense. The deeper we went, the more memories came back. I started to remember a house, a 2-story house with green paint peeling off and a broken front step. I saw it clearly in my head. I remembered a broken window on the top floor and dead vines going up the side, but I had never seen this house before in real life. I didn't say anything to my brother yet though. We finally reached the house between 3:30 and 4 p.m., and when I saw it, I felt like my stomach dropped. It was the same exact house I was picturing in my head, down to just about every last detail. I just stared at it while Chris kept walking toward the porch. I wanted to turn around and leave. In that moment, I actually started questioning if I had seen this house before, even though I was almost positive I hadn't. I asked Chris if it felt familiar to him, and he acted confused and said no. Then he asked what I meant. I told him straight up I felt a weird sense of deja vu of this exact moment. I didn't want to chicken out though, so we kept going. The front door was cracked open, indicating we weren't the first to have the genius idea of exploring this place. Chris pushed it open slowly, and it made a long squeaking sound as it opened. Inside, it smelled like what you'd expect a long abandoned house to smell like, and the silence in there was almost deafening, like it felt heavy on my ears. We stepped inside, and there was broken furniture, old wallpaper peeling off, and a staircase going up on the left side of the room. We looked around the first floor for a while. There was a kitchen with no lights, a living room with a fireplace, and a hallway with one closed door at the end. The whole time, it felt like someone was watching us. At least to me it did. Chris made a comment that the place is kinda creepy, and I couldn't agree more. Then I said something without thinking. I said, I remember being here before. Chris stopped walking and just turned to me and said, what do you mean? I didn't even mean to say it. The words just came out on their own. I repeated myself. I said, I remember this place, the kitchen, that hallway, even the fireplace, and I remember a woman upstairs. Chris's response was one you would expect, an automatic assumption that I was trying to add to the creepy atmosphere and freak him out. I told him straight up, I'm not trying to scare you, I just have a weird memory of being here and someone being upstairs. I could tell it did creep him out a bit, but I mean, in a setting like this, it isn't hard to freak people out. We stood there for a second, then we heard a noise, a soft creak, like a floorboard being stepped on. It came from upstairs. Chris looked at me, and I looked at him. We didn't say anything for a few seconds. He dared me to go upstairs and check it out. I said absolutely not, and advised we get out of there. He somehow convinced me to play rock, paper, scissors to see who would go up there and check out the upstairs. I lost, but I still refused to go up there. Chris still would rather go up there than to leave the house right then. As he walked up the stairs, each step creaked. I followed behind, but I stayed at the top of the stairs while he walked toward the room where the noise had seemingly come from. It was the last room on the right. The door was slightly open. He reached out and pushed it open more. I couldn't see what was inside from where I was standing, but Chris saw something in there. He froze, and then out of nowhere, he screamed and almost shoved me down the stairs. He yelled, "Run," and we flew down the stairs and out the front door. We didn't stop running, not even when we reached the trail again. We kept going until we were completely out of breath. When we finally stopped, we were bent over, trying to breathe. My heart was beating so bad I could barely hear. "What did you see?" I asked. Chris looked at me and said, "There was a woman in there, staring out the window like a statue." When I asked him what she looked like, he said all he really noticed was her hair, which was shoulder length and grayish blonde. He kept asking me how the hell I knew there would be a woman up there. I accused him of lying to prank me, that he probably thought I was trying to scare him, so he flipped the script on me, but he never caved. He never told me he was kidding. He insisted for days, weeks, months, even years later today, that he wasn't kidding, and he saw that woman in there. Part of me knows there's a possibility he did flip what he thought was a prank back on me, but deep down, I believe him. We both heard that sound from upstairs. It came from someone or something alive. My deja vu or premonitions or whatever you want to call it were also way too specific to be coincidental. I'm glad I wasn't the only one to look into that room. This experience changed my definition of the term deja vu. In 2020, during one of those strange in-between phases of lockdown and reopened stores, I had a stretch of time that felt less like reality and more like I was walking through a scripted loop I couldn't escape. I was driving home late from my girlfriend's house, maybe 1:30 in the morning. It had just snowed, not heavy, but enough to turn the roads slick. I live in a small town outside Scranton, Pennsylvania, and there's this one intersection near my place that's infamous for accidents. It has 4 stop signs but no lights, and on snowy nights you have to basically guess if the other driver will obey them. As I approached the intersection, I felt something heavy settle in my chest. It wasn't fear at first, just a strange sense of being out of place, like I had stepped into a moment I had already lived. I slowed down, even though I had the right of way. Then, without warning, a black pickup truck blew through the stop sign on my left. If I hadn't hit the brakes early, it would have plowed straight into my side. I pulled over, shaking, watching the taillights vanish into the snow. That would have killed me, I knew it. But what scared me more was that I knew it was coming. Not in the way you anticipate danger. I mean, I remembered it. I remembered the details, like the crunching metal and the glass and the airbag crushing my face. None of it happened, but I remembered it like a fact. I chalked it up to stress. The pandemic, the isolation, whatever. But then, a few nights later, I had another episode. I was at a red light, and I remembered the song that would come on the radio before it did. I remembered the woman walking her dog across the street, even though I couldn't see her yet. I started to feel like I wasn't living in the present anymore, just reenacting it. Then the dreams began. Same road, same crash. Each night more vivid. In one dream, I got out of the car and saw my own body slumped in the driver's seat with my eyes glassy and a long gash across my temple. I could hear myself trying to breathe. On the fifth night, I woke up in a sweat and told myself I wouldn't take that route again. I drove 10 minutes out of the way and took the highway instead. Later that day, I got a message from a friend. There had been a fatal crash at that same intersection. Same time I usually drove through it. Same make and color of my car. A different person, but the same ending. Ever since then, I've wondered, was I remembering my own death in another timeline? Was some part of me rerouted at the last second? Or was I just another version that got lucky, while another me didn't? I haven't had deja vu like that since, but sometimes when I drive at night and the road looks too familiar, I get chills, because maybe some part of me remembers something I'm not supposed to. I later looked into near-death experiences and found people reporting the same kind of thing, memories of things that hadn't happened yet, only they always involved a close brush with death. Maybe deja vu is just a side effect of slipping through the cracks. Maybe time isn't a line at all, but a constantly reloading loop, and occasionally something inside us remembers what happened before the reset. If that's true, then every time we avoid disaster, it might not be because of luck. It might be because we've already lived through it, and some part of us is trying desperately to keep it from happening again. Before I worked in IT, I spent 2 years doing overnight shifts at a long-term care home in upstate New York. It was an old facility, a little run down but decent enough. We had a few residents with Alzheimer's or advanced dementia, but most were stable, just elderly and needing care. There was one woman named Miss Adelaide. She was 87, mostly lucid, very sweet, and kept to herself. She had a faded photo of a young boy on her nightstand that she called her grandson, but no one ever visited her. Over the first few months, I developed a routine. Midnight rounds, patient checks every hour. Most nights were uneventful, but every so often, I'd find Miss Adelaide awake, staring at the ceiling, humming some slow, eerie tune. One night, around 2:15 a.m., I found her sitting up, eyes wide open. When I asked if she needed anything, she said, without blinking, "You already asked me that. You ask every night, but tonight is different." I felt this strange feeling in my gut, like she was reading a script for my future. I laughed nervously and offered her water. She declined and added, "You should remember this part." I told my supervisor, who brushed it off as confusion or dream state talk. But the next night, I got the same response from her, word for word. On the third night, she was gone, passed in her sleep around 1:50 a.m. When I went to her room for rounds, the bed was freshly made and her belongings were already boxed. I couldn't stop thinking about what she said. I did some digging through old records and archived notes. It turns out, another night staff member had reported similar things in her file from years ago, always at night around 2 a.m. She repeated phrases and predicted exact actions, and even once said the name of a new nurse before they introduced themselves. One entry from 2013 had her saying, "I remember this version. You take your break at 3:07, you always do." And according to the note, the nurse had just looked at their watch. It was 3:07. I don't know what was happening with Miss Adelaide. I don't really believe in the paranormal, but it seemed to me that she was in some kind of loop or glitch. I can't really explain it, but it seems to me that maybe she was stuck, watching her life play out again and again, waiting for it to end differently. Now I work behind a desk, but I still get the occasional wave of deja vu, and when I do, I stop and listen, because maybe it's not just a trick of the brain. Maybe it's a message. Maybe it's Miss Adelaide or someone like her reaching out across timelines, trying to remind us we've been here before, and it didn't end well. I've since met people who worked at that same care home, both years apart, and without me saying anything, they mentioned that they used to have weird dreams at night while working there. One even said a patient warned her she'd be fired soon, and then she was let go a week later due to downsizing. She didn't remember the patient's name. I just nodded and said how interesting that was. I think about Miss Adelaide often.
What up, 4As?
Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I hear that same eerie humming from my dreams. I can't help but still think about Miss Adelaide all the time.
What up, 4As? Hola.
My childhood friend Carter moved away with his family to this really rural town in Michigan, but we've always stayed in touch. His family is very country, and I'd go as far as to say they're kind of rednecky, so the move there was no surprise. His family loves me, and I'm always welcome to go visit. We're 19 now. I'm in college. Carter works for his dad. They have a huge property up there. I have visited before. This was not my first time going up there. So it was a weekend in the fall.
I'm not mad at you,
I was
bro.
going
I
to
was
stay
worried
at Carter's
about you.
family home up there.
I was like,
His
what the
mom
hell?
and his sister wouldn't be there this weekend. It was
Never
just
mad
him
at
and
you,
his
bro.
dad. It's a 4.5-hour drive up there. It's a lot of farmland and open fields by them. To get onto their property was a gravel road about 300 feet off the main road. I got there to a warm welcome by both Carter and his dad. They were already sitting in the backyard drinking beers, so after bringing my bag in from the car, I joined them. Carter was telling me about all the trails in the area that we could take my Toyota 4Runner off-roading. I'd never off-roaded before, but I was super down to. Carter's dad grilled us up some burgers first, then he was off to his friend's house. Carter and I got in my car, and he guided me to this nearby trail that he described as perfect for off-roading.
I
It
love
was
you
around
too,
6
bro.
o'clock, so we
What
only
you
had a
been
couple
on?
hours of light left.
How have you
We did
been?
about an hour of off-roading on various trails not far from Carter's house. When it was starting to get a little darker out, we left the trails and got back on the road because it was even darker when you're in the middle of the woods. As we were just driving around, passing a bunch of farmland, we passed this abandoned church-looking building that had a huge cornfield next to it. Carter said he passes this place all the time, but he never checked it out. So what do? Of course, we both agreed to go back and check it out later, but Carter said we should take the bikes over later. His family has a million mountain
Oh,
bikes,
yes, sir. I'd
fully
love to.
equipped with lights and everything. We drove back to his house. He grabbed a backpack and threw some tequila and a bottle of Sprite in it, along with some flashlights. We took the 2 best bicycles they
Like
had,
the chat,
which
please,
had night
like the
riding
chat.
lights mounted on the handlebars. He said it would probably be a 20-minute bike ride. Both of us are big fitness guys, and have been since high school, so I didn't even mind a long bike ride. When we got to the abandoned building, it was pretty dark out now, hence why we brought flashlights. The grass was very overgrown too. We made sure no cars were coming before entering the property just to be safe. We hid our bikes a little bit into the cornfield just so they wouldn't be seen. There was still just enough light outside to navigate without turning on the flashlights. We didn't want to make it too obvious we were here. We were thinking of getting some cool, artsy shots of each other for our Instagram inside the building, if we could find a way inside. The place was definitely an old church. The shape of the windows confirmed it. We went to look through one of the windows, and it was way too dark to see inside. I told Carter to hand me a flashlight. The flashlight made all the difference. We could see inside now. We both noticed something strange in the pews. It was
Okay, hell
like
yeah,
a
hell
person's
yeah.
head
Hell
hunched
yeah.
over, sitting down,
Hell
looking
yeah.
back to us. Carter said
Yo,
it looked like
talking
a
about the
mannequin,
Red album, right?
especially considering it was completely motionless. We placed a friendly bet. Carter betting it was a mannequin, and me betting it was some drunk homeless man. We went to the front door of the place, and saw it was boarded up. Carter shook the door just for the hell of it to see if it would budge, but there was no shot. He implied this meant he won the bet because there was no way for a homeless person to get in there. I said, hold up, let's check the other windows for a closer view. So we walked along the other side of the church to the window we knew had the best angle of whatever we saw in there. But now, When I shined the flashlight through the glass, whatever was in that pew just a couple minutes ago was gone.
Shit, nothing. Listening to scare stories, playing the game real quick.
That was also terrifying. He asked, where did they go then? I shined the light in every direction until we both spotted it at the same exact time and jumped. The man standing right to the left of the window on the inside. He was looking at us. It didn't look like no homeless man to me though. We took off running back to the cornfield. We tried to find the bikes in a panic, but we couldn't. It was so dark out now that we were avoiding turning on our flashlights to expose ourselves. We heard a slam from the church building. It sounded like some kind of door. Carter told me to be quiet because he heard sounds in the cornfield, like the crops being brushed through by someone. Then it just stopped and went silent. Dead silent.
But do you want me to rap the
No
lyrics
breeze
onto
at
the
all,
beat?
so all the
Yes,
crops were
sir.
just
Mortal
still.
Kombat.
We were stationary, ducked down, scared to move. We were in this position for a solid minute before Carter said in a low voice, "Which way did we leave the bikes?" And this was when we heard the crops mere feet away from us being brushed aside as someone was clearly running towards us. I screamed go as we both beelined through the crops as some of them were smacking me in the face. At some point we cut out into the open, leaving the cornfield, running back to the road. We were no longer being chased. Carter called his dad.
Hell
right
yeah,
away,
I
and he
played.
came and picked us up.
I played all of them.
He wasn't the kind of dad to get pissed at
MK9
us
actually
for
got the
trespassing
MK9
or
skin
drinking
on
or
here.
anything
Smoke
like
MK9
that. He was more so pissed about the bikes, but he said we were right to leave the bikes and run. The next day, he drove us back to that church, bringing his gun with him. We looked in the crops until we found the bikes. Then we threw them in the bed of Carter's dad's truck. We were about to leave when we took a look back at the church and saw someone at one of the windows. It had to be the same person. I guess when he saw us notice him, he creepily walked away from the window. Carter's dad said, "Let's get the hell out of here," because that was
Who
genuinely
your favorite person
disturbing.
on 9? They had Freddy
For
Krueger.
his
on
dad to be creeped out meant a lot.
Oh
He's
my
a pretty
God.
tough guy. We went to some barbecue place afterwards and had a bunch of food and some drinks. Afterwards, Carter's dad called some town number to let them know someone was squatting in that abandoned building. As long as it was brought to their attention, at least we felt like we did something. Who knows if that man is still hiding in that church, though? Or who he was, for that matter.
I'm fighting one of the bosses right now. Oh yeah, Mortal Kombat vs. DC was very good. On Mortal
I live
Kombat
on a farm
11,
with my
I like
brother
the
and his
Joker
wife.
ass.
We split the responsibilities in the busy season. In the off season, they go off traveling quite often. My fiance passed away a few years ago, and I haven't really put myself back out there
Damn,
just
we got
yet.
10 lights in the
I spend a lot of time alone, and the off
Yeah,
seasons
yeah,
really
I fuck
get to
with
me.
that.
This was early October, right around the time before our last harvest. My brother Joe and his wife were out of town for a few days. Figure something like this would happen while I'm holding the fort myself.
Oh, new biz.
It was a
on
night
Mortal
like any
Kombat
other.
9.
The windows in the house were still open to allow that
Mortal
refreshing
Kombat
October
9.
breeze to
They
flow
had
through the
Kratos
house.
on that bitch too. Or was that 10? Nah,
Outside, I
Kratos was
suddenly
on
heard a
9, God of
scream.
War.
It was the scream of a female. I couldn't tell if it was a teenage girl or a grown woman, but it was blood-curdlingly high-pitched. I sprang up from my lazy boy recliner and went to my gun safe in my bedroom to grab my rifle. I went outside to be greeted by the breezy, chilly air. I stood on the front porch for a second, waiting, and I heard the scream again. It was coming from the cornfield. I fired a round into the air as a warning shot. I didn't at that moment know what was happening.
You played Mortal
Could have been
Kombat
someone in
1?
danger
This
or
one?
a group of
You played
teens
with
messing
Reptile on
around
this one?
being punks. After I fired the round, I heard a woman's voice yell, "Help," before there was nothing but silence. I called out, "Who's out there? Where are you?" Nothing but wind now. I turned on every exterior light I had on my house. I also grabbed my cell phone and called 911 as I walked into the cornfield, calling out, waiting for a response. After telling the operator what I heard, I was left to wait for a few police officers to arrive. There were a total of 4 that ultimately showed up, and with the help of them, we all checked the cornfield, shining flashlights and yelling out for anybody who needed help. I'd imagine that anytime someone is reported screaming for help, the cops take it a little more seriously. After we ultimately
What all you
found
did
no
today?
one,
What all you
I
doing?
was told by one cop to call 911 again if I should hear anyone scream for help and that they'd be nearby.
Damn.
Then they all left.
What system you got?
I went back inside of the house, not before taking one more look out to the cornfield. I closed the door and turned off all the lights. There's not much to do in this county for the local kids, so it didn't seem unbelievable that maybe it was some kids trying to scare some random farmers and homeowners. After another hour of watching TV, I went upstairs to bed. I took a couple melatonins to help me sleep, as I'm a chronic insomniac. Usually, I'd say that's unfortunate. After, I'd guess, an hour and some minutes, I heard creaks and clunks from downstairs. I just realized I never closed the windows downstairs. You can hear everything through the paper-thin walls in this house, and all the floors make noise. I grabbed my cell phone and called my brother Joe. He picked up, and I asked him in a whisper if he's home. He said no. In that moment, all the hairs on my body stood up, and I knew now I was in fight or flight mode.
They got these games
I told my
on
brother
Xbox.
there's someone in the house. Call the police for me. He was a few towns away, so it would be the same dispatch center.
Cooking up? What you
He
cooking
said he
up?
would, no questions asked, and hung up. I tiptoed as quietly as I could to the safe and grabbed my shotgun.
This is probably
I know
my
for a
favorite
fact
one
I made
because
a
it's
noise as I
newer.
crept
It's
in,
like
though.
the input
It was
is more
inevitable.
better. It's fun.
I heard sounds from downstairs still. There was definitely someone in
I
my
like them all.
house.
I like Mortal
Crept
Kombat
to the
3.
door and opened
the old
it.
one, it's like just with
I
both.
looked down the stairway to the downstairs. I could still hear the breeze flowing through the house downstairs. The hairs on my arms were standing up. I started inching down the stairs one at a time, trying my best not to make a sound. But I only made it down a few steps before hearing footsteps from downstairs on the wood floors creeping closer to the stairway until a tall, skinny figure appeared at the bottom of the steps. I cocked the shotgun and said, "Don't move." He didn't listen. He almost calmly walked out of sight, and I heard his footsteps then pick up to a run through the living room and then out the back door. I yelled stop as I briefly attempted to chase him, but as soon as he was out of my house, I locked the door and called my brother. He said the cops were on the way. I locked every single window on the first floor and waited for the police to come back. It was the same officers. They did a little search of the perimeter of the property this time with all the lights on. One of the officers said he was going to stay on the property for the night, though I don't think that guy was coming back after seeing I was armed. In fact, he never did.
Hell yeah, I played
But
Injustice
the story
2.
doesn't end there.
Injustice 2 hard as fuck.
I was
With
finishing up
Flash
the
and
last
all
harvest
them,
of the season in
Doomsday.
the combine, and while doing so, I noticed a shoe in the field. I stopped the machine to go pick it up and examine it. It was a woman's shoe, size 8.5. This got me
My
thinking back to the
favorite
screams I
game.
heard, followed by the man breaking into my house hours later. I called 911 once again
Guitar
and left the
Hero,
shoe where
Tony
it was
Hawk,
to not hinder any potential
Little Big
evidence.
Planet,
When police came,
Mortal Kombat.
they did another investigation of the cornfield, and they took the shoe as a piece of evidence to
Yes.
a possible disappearance. They even brought police dogs to sniff out any possible scents. The strange thing is, there was no missing female reports in our county, not at the time at least. I hope whoever's shoe that is still alive today. It makes me sick thinking someone might have been murdered on my farm. When we were kids, our family had a
Yeah.
vacation home in
The
Hollywood,
first little-
South Carolina.
The first Little Big Planet ever, bruh, I played that shit so much. I used to make so many stages. Like, that's what I say about like beats and shit. Like, I just, goddamn, I just like making shit. So that's why I like games like that. I like games you really got to do stuff like Guitar Hero. I like to stay into it because I got a short attention span. Like, I can't really do like story mode games and shit. So it got to be like there. But I did beat Little Bit Planet story mode, and I love Tony Hawk Underground. I'm getting the new one that's coming out, so I'll be streaming that too. Gotta make some money for that though. I think it's $70.
Nah. By we,
And they had
I
it on
mean my
PSP.
3 brothers and I. And by vacation home, I mean this 3-bedroom mobile home. It wasn't fancy, but it was part of our childhood and is still nostalgic to think about. Whenever we got off the highway and started seeing nothing but farms, we'd know we're almost there. I'm the second oldest. At the time of this story, I'm gonna guess our ages were 14, 12, 10, and 8. The mobile home was a little primitive, but we had electricity at least. The TV up there was very old, but it was good enough to bring our PlayStation and play on. We'd been going up there so long that we had a bunch of places we'd love to go. This big playground for an elementary school that we'd always play hide and seek tag in while our parents
Finna
sat
fight
there and read
noob right now.
magazines. This grocery store that we would love to play games in as well. We even loved exploring all the woods surrounding the property. The nearest neighbors were a bit of a walk away, but nothing too crazy or far that our parents wouldn't let us walk it. This was the first year that they let our youngest brother Todd come exploring with us too, while they stayed behind in the mobile home. We walked down a different road that strays away from the dead end, and it's worth noting that there was next to no traffic on these roads, as our mobile home was on a long road that eventually led to a dead end, so the only through traffic would be the few people who lived on this road. There was always this questionable looking house and farm
Hell
that
yeah.
we never saw a car at.
I gotta
ever
get back
in
to
our
drawing
lives.
and shit, man. That's what I
It
need
sat
to
at
be
the
doing
top
instead
of
of
this
playing
little
this
hill
damn game.
overlooking the road. There was a small cornfield, which would imply that there were still people living there. But it was just strange how all our lives going there, we never saw anyone there, whether it be a
I like
person or a
drawing.
car.
I like cartoons and
So
shit.
between the woods surrounding the property, the two buildings, the shed, and the
I gotta get
cornfield,
back on it.
we realized this was a perfect spot to play hide and seek tag. It was broad daylight right now. We decided our oldest brother Tony would be seeker first, and we'd go in order, oldest to youngest. So the rest of us went to go hide. I went to go hide in the crops. I heard Tony call out, "Ready or not, here I come," and so I simply sat down in the browning crops, completely hidden. I waited and waited until I heard a rustling in the crops and footsteps crunching the rotted dead crop leaves on the ground. I didn't know which of my brothers it was, but I wasn't taking a chance.
I'm gonna need some people to do the
I ran out
voices
of the
for the
crops
characters.
and into
so
the grass and up
be
the hill
ready.
towards the red shed. I expected Tony to come out after me, but he didn't, so I figured it was one of my little brothers. I heard commotion as Tony was chasing my 10-year-old brother George down the hill on the other side of the house, and the two were laughing and screaming. Tony caught him, and so George was out. I stayed put behind the shed. Then I noticed Todd, leaning against the back wall of the house, looking at me laughing. I put my finger up to my lips to go shh.
Man, I
and he
love
did the
Cartoon
same.
Network.
Then I thought to myself, wait,
I got the damn
who was in the
DVDs.
cornfield with me then?
Shit.
Tony
And the
came
damn
around the house and
VHS
immediately and
tapes.
easily tagged Todd. And then he
I
saw
don't
me
watch 'em,
since I
though,
was in a
but I got
straight
'em for,
line
like,
of sight from him.
collectibles.
I started running down the hill, which gave me a good speed boost. But Tony got that same speed boost, and he was bigger and faster than me. He caught me with ease.
My favorite, Billy and Mandy.
The four of
and
us
Ed
met at the
and Eddie.
bottom
Well,
of
Ed
the
and
hill
Eddie,
by the
Billy
road,
and Eddie.
and I was supposed to
Ed
be up
and Eddie,
next.
my favorite.
But I asked everyone if
Billy
anyone
and
had gone
Mandy.
in the crops as
Definitely
well.
go.
When all of them said no, I got scared.
Cow
I
and
told them
chicken
I
was
heard
crazy.
someone walking
Mama
in the
had a
crops.
chicken.
It may have been the
Dad
homeowner,
had a cow.
so we should
Didn't
leave.
know how,
With
but
that,
they
we
were
left in a
proud.
hurry and walked back to the mobile home, where our parents were watching a movie in the living room.
Yeah, who you say?
For
Oh,
dinner,
yeah,
we went to the
Courage.
local
Oh, I got
pizzeria
that
that we
Courage
all
on
loved.
DVD, the complete season.
From what I remember, our dad told us that nobody lived in that house that we were playing
Yeah, I'm a
at.
cartoon, like,
So when we
fanatic,
got
I
back
ain't
and it was
gonna
dark
lie.
out,
I just like
we
any
just knew we
cartoons.
wanted
That
to
Hello
play
Kitty
flashlight
cool.
tag now. Our mom didn't want Todd coming out with us past dark, and I'm sure they only let us go because Tony was 14 and they thought he was old enough to keep an eye on us. So the three of us ventured off back to that house to play flashlight tag, which basically is hide and seek, but if you get exposed by the seeker with a flashlight, you're out. Once we got to the property again, it was like 90%
Yeah.
dark out. They
That was
wanted me
back
to
then
seek
when the
this time
shows were
since
good.
Tony did last time. So I turned around and counted to 60, and then I shouted, "I'm coming." I kept the flashlight off as a strategy to not give away my position. I could just barely see enough to navigate around. I ran up the hill to the house, which had no lights on. I peered around the walls of the house, and then the shed. I didn't see either of them. I looked into the trees, and decided to turn my flashlight on and look through
I
the
ain't
tree
really fuck
lines.
with Disney Channel
Still
like I
nothing,
did.
so
I
I turned the
watched,
flashlight back
Proud
off.
Family, That's So Raven.
I knew one of
I
them
ain't
had to
watched
be in the
like that High School
cornfield. It
Musical
was
and
too
shit.
obvious of a hiding spot. It was small enough that I could check it out. I got to the bottom of the hill by the cornfield and quietly pushed my way in. It was hard not to make noise in here, but I tried my best. I also kept the flashlight off to not make it obvious I was in here. I didn't realize until now that it was dark out how absolutely scary this was at night. As I was sneaking around the crops, I heard footsteps inside the crops. I had to be sneaky if I wanted to catch them. I honed in on exactly where the footsteps were coming from, and when I heard them right on top of me, I turned on my flashlight and yelled, "Caught," but all I saw was the back of someone running away from the light. "Who is that?" I said. "You're out." Then I heard this creepy laughter. It wasn't the laughter of my brothers, or any kid for that matter. It sounded like some deranged adult. I was frozen, apart from moving my hand with the flashlight around, trying to see who it
Yes,
was.
sir.
I heard
Yes,
a grown
sir.
man's voice say very softly, "Can I play with you guys?" And then I saw his face. It was half covered by the few crops still separating the two of us. From what I could tell, he had this kind of deformed looking face. I really couldn't tell if it was a mask or not. I ran out of the crops and started yelling my brother's names, saying, "Run, game over." I heard them both yell back at me from the same spot. They hid together. I saw them running down the hill with their flashlights on. I turned mine on and told them to just keep running. We ran all the way down the road until we got back to our property, and we were out of breath. But I told them there was some deformed-looking, freaky man hiding in the crops, and that he was probably the one I heard in the crops earlier, too. I still remember their faces when I told them this. When I told my parents, they looked confused, and my dad didn't seem to know how to react. My mom made it clear she didn't want us going off the property past dark anymore. Honestly, I didn't want to anyway. I had trouble sleeping that night, thinking, what if that man was outside in the pitch darkness, outside one of the windows? I could tell I freaked everyone out a little bit with my description of the man. I had no reason to make it up though, and they knew that. It goes without saying, we didn't go back to that property up the road. Thank God it wasn't that close to our property. My family sold the property only a few years after this.
I just can't do this shit.
During hunting season, at least once a year, I try to travel up to Maine and rent an Airbnb to go hunting. I never bought my own place because I can't really afford it just for a single trip every year, so doing a weekend rental makes more sense for me. Plus, I'm not exactly an expert. I'm still trying to get more experience. Some years I'd go with my uncle, but in recent years he hasn't been in the best shape health-wise and he's not really up to it anymore, so I've been going alone more recently. Last year, which was 2022 at the time I'm writing this, was the last season that I went hunting. It was November. The Airbnb I rented was near a national park. I arrived late on a Friday because I had to come home from work, get ready, then head out on the road trip. When I pulled up into the long stretch of private dirt road to get to the cabin-type Airbnb, it was pitch black outside, and it was dead silent too. This time of year there's obviously no bugs or the one bedroom. It was a very cozy cabin, and the owner already had the heat turned up for me, which was nice. Maine gets pretty cold up there in November. There was cable and Wi-Fi in this Airbnb, so I set an alarm to get an early start at dawn, which in my opinion is the best time to find deer or even moose if you're lucky. The next morning, I was up as soon as my alarm went off, and I was out in the woods in less than half an hour. Since this was foreign territory to me, I posted up behind a blowdown I found, some knocked over trees. Usually this would now be a waiting game, but I heard a man's voice call from behind me. I had a mini heart attack and turned around to see some man with gray hair, but who looked like he was only 50. He was approaching me slowly. He said slowly in a very angry sounding voice, "What the hell are you doing here?" I responded, "Excuse me?" He said, "Hunting is restricted here." I actually was unaware of this, and when I explained this to him, he said, "I watched you ride up here. You best leave the way you came." This scared me. I said, "What do you mean you watched me ride up here?" He told me he always sees people riding up to that cabin, always out-of-town folk who come up here for the wrong reasons. I apologized to him and told him I'd leave. I grabbed my things and started walking back the way I came, and when I looked behind me, the man was gone, out of sight. I walked back to the cabin, then took my car and drove to a different park that, according to some website, allowed hunting. I posted up there and had a failure of the first half of the day. Around midday, I went back to the cabin to just regroup and have a meal. But when I got back to the cabin, I found that the door was unlocked. I could have sworn I locked it before. When I got inside, I was almost positive certain things had been moved around and the zipper to my bag was unzipped. I couldn't remember if I left it zipped up or not, but it was typical for me to always keep my bag zipped up. I just checked every room quick before settling down. I was way too hungry to just prepare a light meal, so I drove to the little village nearby and picked up some Chinese takeout. Then I drove right back to the cabin. I was planning on heading back out to the park at dusk. When I got back to the cabin, I just ate my food and went straight to take a nap. After my nap, I headed back out to the park. I spent about an hour walking maybe a quarter mile very slowly, and I wasn't finding anything. My uncle always told me you could find a deer or moose in 10 minutes or 10 days. It just depends on how many are present and being in the right place at the right time. Sadly, luck was not. It was just a short drive back to the cabin. I cooked the pasta and meatballs I brought with me for dinner as I had the TV on in the background. Then I laid down on the little love seat couch as I ate and watched some old black and white movie. While sitting there, I thought back to earlier, how the door was unlocked and things appeared to have been moved. Only I didn't notice anything missing. I wondered if it was just in my head or not. Not long after this, I brushed my teeth and shifted to the bedroom where I began to watch another movie in there, planning on falling asleep to it. I was starting to drift into that half-sleep state, where what was going on in the movie was actually starting to blend into this half-awake dream I was kind of having, until I heard the distinct sound of a door clicking open that snapped me out of my half-sleep. I groggily looked up and noticed the closet door in the room was now cracked open. This immediately woke me up completely. Now, the door being unlocked and belongings potentially being moved did not seem like a coincidence. I waited a moment, then got out of bed, went to my hunting pack, and grabbed my shiiiii 75. I went back to the bedroom, turned on the light, and pointed my gun at the closet door. I yelled, "Come out now or I'll shoot." A big part of me still didn't believe there could actually be a person in there, and I thought that I was just being overly cautious. But when the door actually pushed open, I was in pure shock. That older man from earlier in the day stepped out, and his unhappy-looking face switched to a gross smile, missing a front tooth. He said, "You got me." I said don't move as I went to grab my cell phone and call 911. Thank God I had service here. The sheriff's department was on their way, and I let them know I was armed and had the intruder at gunpoint. It was an excruciatingly long wait before the sheriff's deputies arrived. During that time, the man was telling me how he's sick of people like me having no respect for the parks up here. I had no idea what he meant, but I wasn't entertaining him. I kept telling him to shut up. When deputies got there, it was an obvious arrest for breaking and entering and possibly robbery, though I don't think he ever actually stole anything from me. The man claimed the door was simply unlocked, though I don't know if that was true or if he had somehow picked the lock or even climbed through a window. The Airbnb host said that there were no other hidden keys and that I definitely left the door unlocked. He seemed more concerned about whether anything of his was stolen and putting blame on me as opposed to asking me if I was okay and apologizing for the experience. He said he had no idea who the man could have been, even after getting his name. I still don't think I left the door unlocked, but thank God I was on a hunting trip and had my firearms with me to quickly neutralize the threat. I was 14 when this story took place. It was my first year hunting deer with my family. To be specific, my father, my cousin, and myself. To paint a picture, my blind was 2 miles south of my father's, with his stand being 9 miles southwest to my camp. We drove a four-wheeler about 100 yards away from his stand, which left me with a while to walk before I even got to mine. I live in northern southwest to my camp. We drove a four-wheeler about 100 yards away from his stand, which left me with a while to walk before I even got to mine. I live in northern Michigan, and during the winter, it gets dark quickly and early. It was around 4 p.m. when I started to get cold and decided to close up my tent. I was hunting with a .243 rifle that had a pink camo cover on it with a strap around so I could hang it off my back. I closed up my blind zippers and put my garbage away in a bucket I had. As I was throwing away my trash, I heard a couple leaves crumble, so I immediately turned my head up to see if it was a deer. After about a minute, I brushed it off as a squirrel or a bird. Disappointed, I closed my blind and headed to my father's. As I was taking my first steps out of my blind, I could see a fresh pathway brush through the leaves. It was a wide path, not from a small animal or even a deer. I immediately started thinking a bear or a wolf, so I started speed walking to where my dad was. I started to panic as it started to get even darker and I was still roughly a mile away. I was just walking as I was stopped in my tracks by one of the most haunting and horrifying noises I'd ever heard. The best way to describe it was a bear/man that was being murdered. It sounded roughly 150 yards back as I started to run. Running with boots and thick hunting gear was hard with 20 pounds on my back, but fear pushed me through and I didn't stop. Around 25 seconds later, I was still running when I heard it again. This time it was louder and closer. At this point, it was completely dark out, with the moon being the only source of light.
I turned around with my headlight, and what I saw is still the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. Around 50 yards away, I saw a black figure in the dark, illuminated by the moonlight behind it. It was around 10 feet tall and skinny. Without thinking twice, I started running while trying to get my gun off my back. I didn't know where I was running, but I just ran. I ended up on a road that I recognized as Rabbit Road, the road that connects my camp with the entrance to the hunting area. I ran on the road until I got to my camp. By the time I got into sight of my cabin, I turned around again and saw it again, this time further away. It was still standing up, and I can only describe it as a tall, black, skinny figure. It had long arms and long legs. As I got on my cabin steps, I threw up from exhaustion and continued to vomit for about a minute, as I later then passed out. I woke up to the sound of my dad's four-wheeler turning into the cabin driveway. I started crying as I ran up to him, hugging him. I quickly told him the story of what happened and how I ran back without stopping. He didn't believe me at first, but as we got settled inside, his face started to change as he saw the desperation in my eyes. I didn't sleep that night, or for weeks after. People have told me it was most likely a bear, or I was just seeing things, but I know what I saw. I'm older now, and I only hunt with someone with me. I also hunt with a bigger gun because it gives me the assurance that I could shoot something larger. As I'm writing this was the most scary experience of my life.
Your ass tripping,
It was a Friday evening and I was getting home from school. I was 13 years old and was really excited to go hunting. I love hunting, especially the ranch we go to in Alice, Texas. I've been going there since I was 4, and I have so many memories of the place. It was my grandpa, my dad, and I going. There were going to be a few other people, like the ranch owned right in front of your eyes is a wonderful feeling, and of course shooting it. People say that it's wrong to kill animals, but I disagree if you're actually eating it. We got to the ranch and it was 10 p.m., so it was pretty dark out there. The ranch is 300 acres, I believe, and the campsite is an old little shack, probably the size of a normal bedroom. There is electricity there, but it's not a huge cabin where most hunters sleep in. However, there are little beds there, but one time my dad found a huge snake shed in one of the beds when I was little. So from then on, we sleep in a tent. The camp is surrounded by woods, with a little field up ahead, probably a little less than the size of a football field. We use that field for dove hunting. Anyhow, we unloaded and chatted for a while around the campfire, telling jokes and whatnot, when we heard this scream. It was the most disturbing thing I'd ever heard. It sounded like a human hybrid or something. The scream sounded not too far away. All of us jumped from our seats and looked at each other. Every man there was freaked out. I could see it in their eyes. The ranch owner was the first one to say, "What the fuck was that?" He then told us and one of his family members to go check it out. He's a pretty old guy in his 70s, so that's why we went to go check it out. We took my grandpa's ATV and did a quick search around the perimeter, only to find nothing. I was still traumatized, and I was even scared to go in the blind by myself. As all hunters know, we have to wake up before dawn and get up into the blind to be unseen by the deer. I went to sleep in the tent with a gun right beside me.
Man, stop it. She ain't moving like that. That bitch can't be shice like that. Hell nah.
Woke up to the alarm and got ready. I was scared of being left alone in the dark, even though it was only an hour or two before dawn breaks. I was still petrified by the scream, and it still echoed in my mind today. My grandpa dropped me off at the blind with his ATV and left. My dad was already in his position. My grandpa's not a soft grandpa. He expects you to know it and do it. Him being him, he just left me in the dark, expecting me to find my way up to the blind myself. So I began climbing up the ladder and began navigating with just my hands. I got into the
Ah, that's crazy work. She fucking
blind
tripping.
and waited for the sun to peek out. 20 minutes passed and it was still dark out when I noticed something in the middle of the trail. I couldn't see well, so I thought it was the right time to use a night vision sight that my uncle had given me. I was excited, expecting a big deer, but when I put my eye into the sight, what I saw still haunts me today. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I was expecting a deer, only to find a person walking towards the woods. It was distorted looking, but had the same outline of a person. I don't know how it spotted me, but I saw it turn and face towards me. Now the night vision is not super clear, so I couldn't see its face, but I could see it was looking straight at me. Then what I heard next will stick with me for the rest of my life. It gave out the same exact blood-curdling scream as the night before, only louder. At that moment, I cannot describe the fear I felt. The
Man,
word
I'm
fear is
playing
not enough to
computer.
describe
But I
how
was gonna
felt.
say, what you gonna tell
I managed
Shawty
to break
then?
free from whatever shock I was in, and managed to grab the .22 and started to fire the entire clip into the path it was standing in. I was still frightened, so I got my rifle and fired all the rounds into the pad. When I looked back into the night vision, it was gone. I started to get texts and calls like crazy, mostly from my dad. I told him what happened, and he had heard it too, and so did my grandpa. We still go there to hunt, but it has not been the same peaceful hunt. Now when I hunt, I go with my dad, because I'm scared that thing might come back. I don't know what that thing was, but whatever it was, it survived 25 rounds from a .22 and 4 rounds from a .243, because when we went to go check, there were no signs of blood or anything, not even footprints. I know it was still dark when I fired all those rounds, but I know for sure at least one of them had to hit whatever that thing was. It was the fall of 1986. I was 23 years old. I'd never really been scared in the woods before, honestly. I always felt like the wilderness was my safe place, somewhere I could go and relax and get away from the stresses of life. I've never seen a Bigfoot or skinwalker or any kind of boogeyman in the woods. As a lineman for a small town in West Kentucky, I have seen crazy. Being a small muni, we all had to wear a lot of hats, including utility disconnects. It wasn't fun, but it was part of the job, and there was a lot of crazy, but never in the woods. My only real hobbies were hunting and fishing. Back then, it was easy to find a really good place to hunt just by stopping and asking the landowner for permission. Most were eager to have the deer population thinned out, as they were really destructive, eating young soybean crops. And this was coal country, and back in the 50s there was a lot of strip mining that left a lot of land unusable for building and farming, so much of it was open for hunting. It was October 1986. Daylight savings time hadn't happened yet, and it was still daylight till just after 7 p.m. I left work at 4 and ran home to change into my camo. It was bow season in Kentucky, my favorite season. I was gonna hunt in an area that was special to me. It was in an area we'll call Coon Ridge. This was a very remote area with broken farmland and wooded areas. After parking, I decided not to unload my three-wheeler and just walk the 3/4 of a mile to where I was going to hunt. I was using a Summit climbing stand, so I had to carry my stand and my bow, as well as my fanny pack with my knife and flashlight. I had to walk halfway around the cornfield. The corn had not been cut yet, so I stayed in the lane left by the farmers so that they could get their equipment to the upper end of the field. The field was rectangular, and the upper end was a much higher elevation than the bottom, where I had to cross a creek with shin-deep water to enter the field. At the top of the field, the right-hand corner was where I was going to enter the woods. It was the highest point of the field. I had to pick my way through a thick blackberry thicket, but managed to find a game trail that led me through, and it finally opens into a hillside with large trees. After finding a tree suitable for my climbing stand, getting set up, and a little climb, I was ready to hunt. I love to watch nature. The deer hunting was just an excuse to be in the woods. As a lineman, I had no fear of climbing high, so I would get as high as I could. This time I was up around 20 feet before the canopy started blocking my view. It was around 5:30 when I was settled in my stand and had an arrow nocked. I regularly stayed in my permanent stand late as not to spook deer close by. I had added reflective tape along the trail to mark the way out. This made it easier to find my permanent stands at night. But this day, I was in my climbing stand in an area I hadn't been in that night. I was about to start down when I heard something walking, so I waited. It sounded like a deer in the thicket, but I never really could get a look at it. It was 8 o'clock, and close to a full moon that night, so from my high vantage point, I could see pretty good in the woods, and I felt like I could still shoot up to 15 yards, but it was after shooting hours, so I started down. As I did, I could hear the loud crashing of a deer that must have spotted me moving like a sloth down the tree. On the ground, I quickly secured my stand and bow and looked in the direction of the way I came in. I turned on my flashlight. Now the woods look different at night in the dark, and downright foreign when you turn on your flashlight. It's not bad in a mature woods with no undergrowth, but I was walking into a thicket. I walked along the edge of the thicket for a while, trying to find the trail I came in on, but no luck. It was almost 9 o'clock now, and I was ready to get out, so I just started picking my way through the thicket, keeping the moon on my right shoulder, and finally I came out into the field about 25 yards from where I went in. As I stood there picking the thorns out of my hands and legs, thinking this adventure was over, I surveyed the lane around the field, and in the light of the pale moon, I saw it. Now when I walked in, I came up the left side of the field around 200 yards to the end, turned right, and walked another 100 yards. And where I was, it was higher on the ground, and I could see around the field where I came in. When I walked in, there was nothing in the trail. I hadn't heard any equipment or ATVs, so I was shocked to see something in the trail. And no small something either. It looked 6 feet wide and 6 feet tall, just standing there about halfway up the field trail. It was the only way out, so I never hesitated. I started walking back to the trail, turned toward whatever it was standing there, hoping it was just a strange shadow, but it wasn't. I grabbed an arrow from the quiver, remembering my knife was in my three-wheeler. I walked fast and never broke stride. 100 yards away, and it didn't move or make a sound. I walked loudly straight towards it for 200 yards, all the while thinking it's really there, in my trail, blocking my only way out. As I got closer, I could make out what it was. It was two people standing side by side, and this unnerved me even more. It was 9:15, 40 degrees out here. Nobody should be here. I kept walking, now 20 yards away, and I see that it's a guy and girl, maybe 20 years old. 10 yards away, I'm walking towards them, but no sounds from them. They just stood there. When I got to them, I half expected them to jump me, but they never moved. I said, "Kinda cold out here, ain't it?" No sound. They still never moved. I kept walking. I turned to keep an eye on them. I was thinking, okay, this is it. But they never turned around, never even moved their heads. I crossed the creek, and within another 100 yards, I made it back to my truck. I was even more uneasy approaching my truck. It was just so quiet. All I could think of was someone waiting to ambush me, so I kinda eased up on it very quietly and watched it for maybe 3 minutes before approaching it. It seemed fine, so I headed to my truck. As I left, I tried to figure out how they got here, because I never saw another vehicle. I tried to just put it behind me, but the next day at work, during lunch, I was gonna run and get some food, and I noticed all 4 of my tires on my truck were low, and after inspecting them, they all had around 10 to 15 roofing nails in them. I had to put tubes in them to get home. Something odd was going on in those woods. Somebody most certainly did this to my tires while I was parked in them. After this, it always felt like someone was watching me when I was hunting in that area. That's why I stopped going alone, and I never parked off the main gravel road again. I never found out who those 2 young people were, or who punctured my tires.
Choose time. Choose time.
getting off at 4 hours, and we only have 15 seconds left. I have to go to work, so you know. It's like everyone always comes in so late, but if everybody who came here give me a like and shit, man, I'm gonna try to get back on later on. I don't know how the fuck I just pulled 4 hours off. I've been playing this fucking game and to show y'all I gotta go. This is what I gotta do. Oh yeah, Daz, how is you, bro? How is you though? After the talk with your lady. How is you? Okay, that's good. That's what we love to hear. Damn. Okay. Now we back to the regular page. Hey, shouts out to everybody still. Oh, I'm happy everything went straight for you. Oh man. I know y'all like, bro, why you open that FL Studio? You gotta go. Oh, you right. I damn sure do gotta go. And I gotta go buy a mouse. I gotta buy a new mouse. I'm gonna get a Bluetooth. I wrote some notes. We'll just go off on this good little beat. And, you know, like up the chat. Everybody like up the chat. Turn the thing back around now. Back front of top.